Oh, it's on now, yeah. Good morning, everyone. Please take your seats so we can start. We are already like 5 minutes behind time, but really, really nice to see so many of you in the room. So please do take your seats. And we shall start. Dear friends, dear colleagues, really a warm welcome to this global convening on strengthening customary and informal pathways to people-centered justice. By way of introduction, my name is Revai Makanje Olbeck, and it is my pleasure to be your moderator today. And I am with UNDP as the global lead for rule of law, justice, and security. And it is really my pleasure to be moderating the opening session today, which is really going to be looking at what is at stake and what works when it comes to people-centered justice in customary and informal justice systems. Honestly, it is a pleasure to see so many of you online. We have had quite an interesting 3 days here at the World Justice Forum, so it's a pleasure to see the continued interest with a full room here in Warsaw, Poland, but also looking at our partners and colleagues who are also joining online. Let me take this opportunity, before we get into any of the substantive conversations, colleagues, to extend our deepest appreciation to all the members of the working group on customary and informal justice and SDG 16+ for organizing this stellar session, and also to the World Justice Project for convening us in Poland, and also particularly to the Ministry of Justice of Poland for graciously hosting us. So perhaps a round of applause to really appreciate all of this. And before we get into the substantive remarks and the meaty part of our session, I do have a couple of housekeeping announcements to make. So the first aspect of of the housekeeping announcements is that we are going to have 4 sessions which are sequential. The first session is going to focus on what works and what's at stake, which is what we are going to get into shortly. The second session will spotlight examples of effective engagement with customary and informal justice systems to achieve people-centered justice, so get braced for that. That is going to be super interesting. The third session is a series of commitments to practical action, amongst all ourselves and jointly. And finally is the session where we will look and reflect at the call to action. Finally, and in addition to this, a couple of other practical announcements. The event is being live streamed. So we do have colleagues who are online who will be listening to the conversation, and there are multiple cameras in the room so that they have a good view of the room and are able to listen to the conversation that will be ongoing. In addition, there is interpretation between English and French that is available, colleagues. So for those wishing to view the translation, you can watch the monitors that are around the room, or you can use your mobile devices. You can scan the QR code that is here, and then you can also use your mobile devices to directly get the translation. And we always take care of the right to food. So in that regard, there is coffee and there's food in the room right next door. So please feel free throughout the session to get up and go and grab something to eat or something to drink, but do so as quietly as possible. Thank you. And finally, the event will be followed by a networking lunch amongst ourselves, which is really a good way for us to finish the session for today. If you haven't registered for the networking lunch, please do reach out to the co-organizers. Perhaps you can put up your hands, some of the co-organizers. Yes, there is Michael. There we go. Perfect. And then you can also register for lunch. So this opening session is not going to be interactive, but colleagues, don't despair. There's going to be a huge opportunity for interaction, conversation when we go through the next parts of the conversation today. Yes, sorry, long introduction, but I thought it was necessary for all of us to be really on the same page. So, to get us started on the business of the day, I really would like, it is my pleasure to invite Mr. Jacek Michalowski, who is the advisor to the Minister of Justice in Poland, to come to the podium and give us some remarks on behalf of the Ministry of Justice. Sir, thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of Minister of Justice of Poland, Adam Bodnar, I welcome you here. Michael told me that I have only 5 minutes, that I have to start equipment. Maybe someone call me that I am close to the end. Okay. I know that most of you probably visit Poland first time, and I would love to talk few words about the history of Poland. As you see, I am an old man, and it means I spent about half of my life in communist country. What does it mean? It was completely different than before. I am psychologist. In late 70s and the beginning of 80s, I grew up on university on psychology department, and of course in my generation heads we have two very strong traditions. First of all, it was tradition of Poland, fights, uprising against Germans, against Russians. Many generations before, we fought against Russians, neighbors, Germans, etc., etc. It means there was no idea to peaceful practice. But I born in 55. It means 10 years after the Second World War. It means time for life, not for war. And we, in our generation, for us, there was two, how to say, symbols of new way of thinking about the future. First of all, it was Mahatma Gandhi, of course. And the second one, it was Martin Luther King Jr., of course. Because of non-violence, this phrase, what for my generation like Jesus, because of thinking about the future, thinking about future without fights, without war, peaceful, etc., etc., etc. But we grew up in communist country. It means not peaceful country, country with many, how to say, problems with peaceful activity, and with non-violence practice. Of course, those time for us, the hippie from United States was the heroes, because they use phrase "make love, not war." Don't make peace, don't war. And of course, it was against the communist ideology in Poland. And we have very big problems in every couple of years. There were some problems between Communist Party and workers. There were some fights, some bloody fights also. And I would like to short story about it. 76 big strikes against communism, workers' strikes. And first time during Polish history, intellectuals, other part of population, create special workers' defense committee. It means it was the beginning of cooperation between workers and intellectuals against communist system. You probably don't know name Jacek Kuroń. This is our Gandhi, our Luther King, Jacek Kuroń, the most important member of our underground movement. And he saying, I quote, "Don't burn committees, start your own." Of course, committees of Communist Party, they thought. Then it was 4 years later, in 1890, we create, after another strikes, solidarity movement, the biggest movement in communist bloc, and had never been before, but first time 10 millions of people create some kind of movement against communist idea. In '89, 9 years later, was first free election and the beginning of our democratic history. And also, '89, first of all, it was in the beginning of the year, round table talks between solidarity and communist power. A round table without leaders of. And then, according to agreement, was first free election. 4th of June, '89 was first free election, and we create in a couple of weeks new government with first non-communist prime minister. It was also coalition. It was also, how to say, effect of talking to each other. As you know, as we know, without talking to each other, without listening others, it is impossible to create good solutions. It means, I'm talking about because restorative justice is on the base of this process, and we start this process in '89. Thank you very much for your attention. Maybe this short history of Polish democratic changes will be important for you. Roundtable talks and 4th of June elections, it was the beginning of Polish democracy. Thank you very much, and I wish you good deliberations.
Thank you so much, Mr. Michalowski, for sharing this deep history of Poland with us. And I think, as is often said, history is so important for many reasons, but 3 of them: it makes us know about our past, it helps us to inform the present, but it also helps us to shape our future, and we can see the journey of the country and how critically important that is. To take us to the next stage of our opening session today, I would like to invite the other panelists to please come to the podium and take your seats, and one by one, I shall be calling upon you to come and give your remarks. And perhaps as you do so, come to the front. I would immediately then invite Ms. Jan Beagle, the Director General of IDLO, to come straight to the podium and get ready to make your remarks. And for the others, if you can please come to the podium. Thank you.
So good morning, everyone, dear Ravai, distinguished colleagues and friends. It's really a pleasure to welcome all of you, including everyone following online, to the first ever global convening on strengthening customary and informal pathways to people-centered justice. And of course, first of all, a big thank you to Minister Bodnar, Mr. Michalowski, and all of our hosts here in Poland for their warm hospitality, but also their inspirational example. And we were very happy yesterday to adopt the Warsaw Principles for the rule of law, which will guide us going forward. Today's event is co-sponsored by the 23 organizations associated with the Working Group on Customary and Informal Justice and SDG 16. And they should be listed on the screen behind me, and I want to thank all of them, including the representatives from my own organization, IDLO, for all their work on this subject and for organizing this meeting. So let's start with a very simple truth. For the vast majority of people around the world, justice doesn't happen in a courtroom. Customary and informal justice systems, or CIJ for short, are how most disputes globally are resolved. These systems, as you know, are incredibly diverse, including family mediators, traditional courts, paralegals, faith-based approaches, and indigenous justice systems. And for many, they are the only option. Women and girls are often the most reliant, although in many cases they struggle to realize their rights in the face of discriminatory social norms and exclusion. But despite all of this, CIJ systems are frequently left out of the conversation on how to make justice more accessible, inclusive, and effective. Over the past 4 decades, IDLO has been working to better understand and constructively engage with these pathways for justice. Since 2020, it has been our privilege to coordinate the working group on customary and informal justice. And this group brings together a wide range of voices: UN organizations, civil society groups, grassroots leaders, women's rights advocates, academics, and research institutions. And together, we've built momentum around a common goal: engaging with CIJ systems in ways that respect rights, empower people, and make justice real in their daily lives. Our report, Diverse Pathways to People-Centered Justice, captures that shared vision. And if you haven't had a chance to read it, I really encourage you to take a look at this report. It sets out not just why CIJ systems matter, but how we can work with them in practice. At IDLO, we're applying these lessons on the ground in more than a dozen countries, and the results have been quite remarkable. In Somalia, for instance, we partnered with UNDP to set up alternative dispute resolution centers that use customary law, guided by traditional elders, but also bring in human rights principles and Somali legal standards. In 2023, these centers handled over 7,000 cases and received thousands more inquiries via their hotlines. But early on, we realized that while most of the disputes that were brought to these centers related to land or family matters, very few women were actually approaching the centers. And it became clear that the lack of women adjudicators was a key barrier. So in response, we moved quickly to increase the number of women in client-facing positions, and now over 20% of those adjudicators are women. Last year, over 50% of those visiting the centers were women. And by helping to resolve cases in a timely and cost-effective way, the centers reduce the burden on justice institutions, strengthen respect for the rights of women and other marginalized groups, and prevent extremist actors from filling the justice vacuum. In Rwanda, where floods, droughts, and landslides are frequent and can spur conflicts over the use and ownership of increasingly precious arable land and natural resources, we worked with the National Land Authority to strengthen engagement with state-mandated community mediators called Abunzi. Our support familiarized Abunzi with Rwanda's national legal framework on land and helped build practical skills in mediating and adjudicating disputes fairly, including those involving women, farmers, and landowners. And over the past year, Abunzi helped to resolve over 10,000 community land disputes. So I just give those 2 examples of what's possible when we invest in justice systems that people actually use. It's not expensive, it's practical, and it builds trust from the ground up. So today is about moving this conversation forward together. We'll be hearing from inspiring speakers, policy leaders, grassroots organizers, and justice innovators about how to make sure that formal and informal systems work hand in hand with shared standards and mutual respect. We'll also be launching a global campaign and a call to action led by the working group to push for stronger policies and smarter investments in CIJ systems. And it is fitting that we're having this conversation at the World Justice Forum, because this working group was established following an expert group meeting at the 2019 forum. So my thanks once again to Alejandro and the World Justice Project team for bringing us together as a community at this very critical time. At IDLO, we're excited to keep working with all of you to bridge justice gaps, to bring justice closer to people's lives, and to make sure that no one is left behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jan Beagle, for those remarks. And to keep us moving and also to follow through the trailblazing work of IDLO, it is really my pleasure to invite a true ally, in this work. And this is Honorable Mr. Alpha Sisay, the Attorney General and the Minister of Justice in Sierra Leone, to give us his remarks. And as you get ready to do so, also to extend our congratulations as all of us in the room and online on your most recent appointment as the Minister of Justice of Sierra Leone. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Riva. It feels great to be here. This time around, not in a rush as we did the other day when I had to crash the panel at the very last minute. And thanks for the very warm welcome. And yes, it is my first time here in Poland, but I've had a great time. And I hope to be back at some point soon. Thank you for the opportunity to share some comments on this very important subject, and a subject that is really applicable to Sierra Leone. In Sierra Leone, like many countries, significant percentage of our country's population gets its justice needs met outside the formal court system. And that includes through the application of customary law or through customary justice systems. First is to really note that in Sierra Leone, customary law is part of the laws of Sierra Leone. Our justice system is governed by two legal systems. One, there is customary law, and then there is the general law. The general law is basically the English law inherited from England. And then we have customary law, which is really based on customs and traditions of communities in Sierra Leone. And these are customs and traditions that have been observed over a considerable length of time and have been accepted by all members of the community. They vary from one chiefdom to chiefdom or from region to region. They are mostly uncodified, unlike the general law, which we find in statute or in the constitution. Customary law in Sierra Leone is applied mainly in the provinces, that is outside the capital, Freetown. Some part of it, applied among communities in Freetown, especially for certain tribes that have tribal heads in the city. But it's mostly applied in the provinces, where traditional authorities such as chiefs, elders, play a key role in community governance. But then, at some point, there was a need to really give recognition to the application of customary law in statute without really codifying the specifics of it. And so formal recognition given to customary courts through the Local Courts Act, which has gone through various variations and is currently being reviewed. And so through the Local Courts Act, we actually formally recognized in statute the role of local courts in administering customary law. And then, of course, the Local Courts Act established procedural standards for their operation. Now, it's good to talk about the transition a little bit. Before the Local Courts Act, customary law was applied mainly by chiefs. But then, at some point, there was a need to apply separation of powers at that level, because chiefs were performing executive roles, and then legislative roles, and then judicial functions. So it was necessary to separate that, and then keep the chiefs to the performance of executive functions. So yes, chiefs develop bylaws, which are considered by local courts. And so what we transitioned to was actually having local courts chairmen, and then, of course, moved under the supervision of the judiciary, but then, of course, with some oversight from the chiefs themselves. Chiefs still play a significant role in resolving certain disputes through mediation in various communities. But when it comes to judicial functions over certain matters, which I'll talk about briefly, we transferred those to the local court chairman who performed their task under some supervision. So they exercise jurisdiction over certain matters like personal and family law, marriage, divorce, inheritance, land tenure and property disputes in rural communities, minor criminal offenses as permitted by statutory law, community disputes that can be resolved through mediation or adjudication by local authorities. As I said, now they function under the supervision of the Chief Justice, and then, of course, still applied in accordance with local traditions and values. But then, we have been very deliberate in ensuring that these local traditions and values should not conflict with statutory or constitutional provisions, or should not conflict or go against the rules of natural justice. The local courts, exercise general jurisdiction, which is to hear civil and criminal matters arising within their local limits or transferred to them by the customary law officer. They also exercise criminal jurisdiction. There's a limitation. It has to be an offense that is punishable by a fine not exceeding a particular amount, or if someone has to go to prison, then it should not exceed 6 months. The local courts also have civil jurisdiction, where they hear civil cases that are governed by customary law, including sometimes disputes between paramount chiefs and chiefdom councils on issues of title to land, or sometimes payment of debt, wherein the amount and the claim does not exceed a certain figure. They also exercise jurisdiction on issues of arbitration of estates. And, of course, we have been very clear that there are certain matters that are of certain criminal conducts over which they will not exercise jurisdiction. As I mentioned, there is some oversight role. We have a customary law officer who really supervises the performance of these local courts, and sometimes really directs whether a matter should be reviewed or should go to appeal. But then, we also note that, these have their own limitations, right? Like I said, they are not codified. They have financial challenges. And, there is a significant component that affects gender equality, especially noting that in certain chiefdoms, it's a system that is male-dominated. But these are all things that we are trying to review. We are currently looking at reviewing the Local Courts Act, wherein we will clearly define the increased exercise of jurisdiction, take further steps to bring the exercise of jurisdiction in line with human rights standards, but really also ensure that we strengthen the system so that it is responding to people's needs within the communities in which they find themselves. We have recently drafted the mediation bill, which I intend to table in Parliament on my return. And then, of course, chiefs perform mediation roles already. There are other individuals in communities that perform mediation roles, but this will be a step to really institutionalize mediation and use this moment to really train and certify mediators, including traditional authorities, so that they are able to respond to people's justice needs within these communities. We are going to invest in significant amount of training, significant amount of awareness raising, so that people really get to understand the jurisdiction of of customary justice, and see that they can use that as a mechanism for relief instead of clogging or crowding the court system. So I'll stop there for now, and I'm sure we'll have further insights to share during the discussions that follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for those remarks. And I think also quite importantly, the fact that you have been able to lead from the front before and now during your time in government. And we can see how these reforms are getting more and more robust, but more importantly, being very people-centered. I would like to invite our next speaker, Sheila Grace Femento. Sheila Grace Femento is the National Coordinator of Alternative Law Groups from the Philippines and is coordinating a coalition of over 20 legal resources institutions or NGOs in the Philippines. It really means a lot. I think it's a lot of work, and we are really keen to hear how you are doing this. Thank you so much, Honorable, for lowering the podium. It makes it much easier for you. So over to you, Sheila.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I hope I keep my message in 7 minutes. So as mentioned, I'm Sheila. I'm the National Coordinator of the Alternative Law Groups, or ALG. It's a coalition of organizations, non-government organizations in the Philippines that work on developmental law in pursuit of social justice. Currently, ALG has 20 member organizations working across the country in different fields involving labor, urban poor, farmers, environment, women, children, LGBTQIA+, persons deprived of liberty, and indigenous peoples. So for my presentation today, I was asked to share about diverse pathways to justice in the Philippines, but I'm going to focus more on Katarungan Pambarangay, or the village level justice system, and the challenges in legal empowerment doing legal empowerment in the Philippines, and ALG's contribution to people-centered justice, and also some key insights that may resonate beyond our national context. So in the Philippines, justice is not limited to the formal justice system, and there are multiple pathways to conflict resolution and justice, especially in the context of local and indigenous communities. Two notable alternative justice systems in the Philippines are the barangay justice system. So remember, barangay, village, but I'm going to use barangay. Barangay justice system and indigenous pathways to justice. The barangay justice system is a key feature of the Philippine legal framework. For now, we have more than 42,000 barangays in the Philippines, so you can just imagine that. It's the key feature of the Philippine legal framework designed to provide accessible, informal, and less costly means of resolving disputes at the community level. The system operates under Republic Act number 7160, or the Local Government Code 1991 of the Philippines, which mandates the establishment of justice system. So as I mentioned, the barangay is the smallest administrative division in the country. So what are the key features of the Katarungan Pambarangay? So the system is led by the Punong Barangay. Sorry, there are a lot of Filipino terms. Punong Barangay, which is the village head, who chairs the Lupong Tagapamayapa, which is the Peace Council, a body composed of village officials and community members. This council facilitates mediation and conciliation process. They help parties resolve their disputes without the need for formal court proceedings. The primary method of dispute resolution is conciliation, wherein the voluntary and informal process of bringing together parties in conflict to settle their issues through dialogue. So the barangay justice system deals with civil disputes, and including small claims, family-related issues, and neighbor disputes, land boundary disputes. It cannot hear criminal cases that involve serious offenses like murder, theft, or those involving children and violence against women. The aim is to resolve disputes in a way that restores relationship rather than punishing the parties involved. It is fast, low cost, sometimes it doesn't cost a thing, and community-centered. It reduces the burden on courts and foster local harmony. Limitation is the decision made in the barangay justice system are not legally binding in the strictest sense. So if one party refuses to abide by the settlement, eventually if the person refuses to abide, this case may be elevated to a higher court for legal enforcement. For indigenous communities, I won't be talking about it because I only have 7 minutes. For indigenous communities in the Philippines, justice is often rooted in traditional community-based practices. So these systems are diverse and vary across the various indigenous groups in the country. So their system of justice are distinct but share a common emphasis on restoring social balance and community harmony. But despite the progress in the legal framework and growing awareness of human rights, promoting legal empowerment in the Philippines still faces significant and persistent challenges. Many legal empowerment programs, such as community-based paralegal training, rights education, still struggle with sustainability. There's still a need to continually help grassroots communities keep up with emerging issues such as carbon rights, just energy transition, corporate accountability, so that they can keep up with the emerging issues that they may potentially face. There remains a lack of community paralegals are increasingly at risk. They face intimidation, harassment, and even violence from both state and non-state actors. And there remains a lack of clear legal protection for community paralegals in the Philippines, leaving them vulnerable despite their critical role in democratizing access to justice. So the alternative law groups plays a critical dual role in the Philippines legal empowerment movement, advancing both grassroots legal capacity and systemic change. So through legal education, community paralegal training, collective advocacy, ALG equips marginalized community sectors to understand and assert their rights, use both formal and informal legal pathways, and organize for justice. In indigenous contexts, ALG supports the recognition of customary laws, enabling indigenous communities to strengthen their traditional justice system within the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act framework. ALG does not stop at the grassroots. It bridges communities-based struggles with national policy reform, influencing laws, and legal institutions to become more inclusive and responsive to marginalized sectors. ALG engages in strategic litigation, legislative advocacy, and dialogue with the state actors, even the security sectors, pushing for reforms that enhance access to justice, creating a safer space and advocacy environment for community-based paralegals and grassroots communities. The interconnected strategy linking the empowerment of the grassroots with transformation of legal system is key to ensuring that the justice is not only available but relevant, accessible, and accountable to those who need it most. As for ALG's experience, it offers valuable lessons for other countries and movements pursuing legal empowerment and people-centered justice. For the concept of from the margins to the center, it is not just a metaphor for us. It is a strategic imperative. The struggles, needs, and lived experience of grassroots communities must be the foundation of justice reform, not an afterthought. Policies must be informed by those who are most affected by injustice: the poor, the landless, the indigenous peoples, the displaced, the criminalized, to ensure a more equitable and inclusive legal system. Lastly, legal empowerment is not just about technical knowledge of the law, it is also about identity, voice, and agency. For many indigenous peoples and marginalized groups, asserting their right involves challenging structural inequities and reclaiming space in systems that have historically excluded them. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sheila, for sharing with us this very, very intricate system of customary and informal justice in the form of the barangay. I think I learned quite, at least barangay, the first word from the Philippines, but really also for acknowledging and highlighting some of the key challenges, the aspects around the threats to the people who are running the system, the issue of sustainability of the system as well, while at the same time really acknowledging the importance of bringing voice, agency to the center of all these processes. With that said, I would like to now invite our last speaker for the panel, Mr. Robbie Senderowicz, who is the practice manager for public administration with the governance global practice of the World Bank. Again, another solid ally of the movement on people-centered justice, and also really advising us quite significantly on what to do, how to do it. But I know oftentimes once you are on the podium, the World Bank, we are like, where are the resources also to make this work happen and to make it sustainable? So it will be lovely to hear more on your reflections. Thank you.
Show me the money. Thank you, Rabbi, for the introduction. And the good news is that I am the last non-interactive speaker this morning. So after me, there will be lots of interaction during the morning as well. But this conversation is extremely important for us. We are in the business of building more effective, more inclusive, and more accountable institutions. So the question is, can customary law be part of the solution, or is it part of the problem? And of course, those of you who are in the room today believe that it can be part of the solution. And the question is why and how we can make it part of the solution. So first of all, we need to recognize, as Jan was saying at the beginning, this is not an anomaly. In low-income countries where we work around the world, more than 80% of the disputes are resolved through customary law. So it's not on the margins that we want to bring this to the center. In many countries, this is the center. But we neglect that because we come from a different cultural lenses, saying the center is what we bring and what existed before is the margins. So we need to recognize that to begin with. And people use customary systems because of issues related to language, proximity, trust, and trust is at the center of this discussion. Second point I wanted to make is that it is about impact. So if we care about the impact of our interventions, as we care in each of our organizations, we should care about using all the available resources that already exist. So engaging with customary actors, it is about impact, and because of that, we published very recently, as part of our Justice and Rule of Law program, a dedicated note on fostering engagement between what we call statutory courts and customary law systems. We are aware that replacing customary systems with the formal systems have systematically failed around the world. So we need to acknowledge that, and if this approach has failed, we need to try something new. I know that for this community who is around the table today, this is nothing new. For an organization like the World Bank, it is very new. And we are pushing for this agenda, and it's fantastic to have this community behind us to help us with this journey. Third, I think that we need to recognize, and this is not easy in the world that is becoming very polarized of whites and blacks, right? Where you don't have middle ground. So either it is all about this or all about that, not just in the law field. So understanding that there is a continuum, there is a spectrum between the different combinations that are possible. So we hear Alpha, who told us in cases like Sierra Leone, where this system can actually coexist as part of the same ecosystem. So basically, the customary law has become part of the constitutional hierarchy of the legal system. So that is one extreme. The other extreme is countries where the customary law is totally banned, is prohibited. So these are not the only two options. There are options in between, and this is what makes it more interesting, but also more difficult for us to be building these type of systems. So we said at the beginning, it's about building inclusive institutions, effective institutions, and we know that customary law can be part of what we call the legal pluralism. Legal pluralism is one of the foundations for inclusive institutions, because we want to reach those who are not included in the institutional architecture of the country. So we need to rely on that as well. But we want also these organizations to be accountable. We said we are about inclusive institutions, effective institutions, accountable institutions. And here is where the risks and the buts come. And it was mentioned before by every one of the speakers, but there are risks related to the perpetuation of exclusion at the local level. Those of us working in international development for many years, there was a wave that said at some time, everything that is local is better. Not always. There is corruption at the local level. There is exclusion at the local level. There is oppression of women and minorities at the local level. So how is that we can actually take the benefits of customary law while reducing the risks and the negatives of it as well? There are examples of this. One example we heard from, and I was talking before the session with Alpha on Sierra Leone, how to reform the institutional architecture for this to work. So you mentioned, you are now going to the separation of powers. And I ask you, are the chiefs happy with this, right? And you say, well, the separation of power, they're happy, but they're not happy about leaving power, right? So all this is about the institutional architecture that the political economy can support, right? That's very important as well. There are examples from countries like Namibia, where they have changed customary law systems to ensure that women can make decisions in this system as well. And more of this, I think, is coming up. Last point, within the 2 minutes that I have left, is that it's very, very important to build a knowledge base for this as well, especially for organizations like ours, that our intention is always to follow knowledge with resources. So in every country level legal and justice assessment that we are doing, we discussed this during the conference in the previous days, we presented our Jupiter methodology for country assessments. We cover not just the formal system, but also the customary system. This was not the case before. So if you don't focus your knowledge capacity on the object, you will not be able to develop the policies, interventions, and funding for these options as well. So at the end of the day, what we are looking for is the integration of this ecosystem, the mitigation of the risks that are associated with it, and trying to move this agenda much forward and much faster, which is not always easy. But with partners like you, I'm sure we'll be able to do it. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Robbie. And perhaps let me start by congratulating you on the new publication and also the integration of customary and informal justice system in the Jupiter assessment processes, right? And I think we're seeing some of these seismic shifts happening in a big institution like the World Bank really gives us hope in terms of the direction of travel that we are pursuing and pushing collectively. So colleagues, friends, this brings us to the end of the remarks from our panelists. Perhaps I will just a couple of points, because I know I have to hand over to the next facilitator for the next session, but there are key aspects which comes through from the messages that we have heard today. And one of them is really to say, this is a complicated, this is an intricate system, this is a system that really requires all of us, not just to a cookie-cutter approach. We have to be nuanced. We really have to be very culturally specific when we engage, but there is also room to push the boundaries, right? Which is very possible, as demonstrated by some of the institutional policy and legislative reforms that we are seeing happening in different places and some of the examples that have been cited. We also are noticing key elements to do with aspects around inclusivity, critically important, aspects surrounding how to make the systems human rights based, and also to be inclusive of the nuances that we see across the societies that we are working in, be it to do with indigenous systems, minorities, women, youth, the elderly, and so on. So given all of this, I do believe that we have such rich a basis for us to continue to do this work. And with these colleagues, thank you so much for all your attention, and a round of applause from our dear speakers, including also the Minister's advisor sitting there. And I'm handing over now to Musa Fafona, who is from Hill and is a regional representative for the Sahel. Musa, over to you.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this session. First, I would like to know whether this session is going to be in French and English. So please make sure that you have your translation devices set for that. Thank you. If that is okay, I will start. Thank you. Alors, bienvenue à ce panel sur la justice coutumière et informelle. Dans cette session, nous aborderons les conseils pratiques pour faire fonctionner la justice coutumière et informelle qui, comme vous le savez, joue un rôle important dans l'accès à la justice pour des millions de personnes dans le monde. Je m'appelle Moussa Fofana. Je suis le représentant de Hague Institute for Innovation of Law dans la région du Sahel et je suis basé à Bamako, au Mali. HIL est une organisation internationale basée à La Haye qui est active dans le domaine de l'accès à la justice, surtout à travers l'innovation, en usant de l'approche de justice axée sur les personnes. J'ai le plaisir d'être accompagné par ma collègue, Madame Aminatou Daouda Ainikoy, qui est notre country manager au Niger et qui abordera les types d'intervention de HIL que HIL fait avec ses partenaires dans le domaine de la justice traditionnelle. Comme vous le savez, nous disposons d'une heure pour approfondir le sujet de la justice coutumière informelle. Plus précisément, il s'agit de comprendre comment simplifier les parcours judiciaires, seamless justice pathways, que les personnes empruntent lorsqu'elles tentent de résoudre leurs problèmes de justice et comment l'intégration des acteurs de la justice informelle peut faciliter le parcours des personnes en quête de solutions. Cela peut paraître abstrait, mais dans la réalité, tel n'est pas le cas. Une grande partie de la population, comme beaucoup l'ont dit, a recours à des services informels tels que la médiation communautaire ou la conciliation avec un chef traditionnel pour résoudre un conflit. La coordination entre ces services avec les systèmes formels détermine en grande partie la facilité avec laquelle le justiciable peut trouver une solution, qu'il s'agisse de faire appel à une décision ou d'obtenir l'application de la conciliation d'un chef. Aujourd'hui, heureusement, nous avons l'occasion d'entendre des experts reconnus dans leur domaine, chefferies traditionnelles, gouvernements, ONG, pour nous expliquer comment ils abordent le défi de créer des voies d'accès à la justice fluides et diversifiées pour les populations de leur région et de leur pays. Alors, j'aimerais présenter mes invités qui sont Madame Pascale Bambara, qui est la directrice de l'accès à la justice et de l'aide aux victimes au ministère de la Justice du Burkina Faso. Bonjour, Madame. J'ai également à côté de moi Madame Ana Cardenas, qui est Director of Justice Projects, World Justice Projects, Mexico Office. Good morning. Yeah, good morning. J'ai aussi, comme je l'ai dit, Madame Aminatou Daouda Ainikoy, qui est notre Country Manager au Niger. Bonjour, Madame. Et enfin, j'ai Monsieur Issoufou Ganou, secrétaire exécutif de l'Observatoire national du foncier au Burkina Faso. Bonjour, monsieur. Avec votre permission, je vais me tourner. Je vais d'abord poser quelques questions à mes invités et puis après, nous espérons avoir la chance de vous donner la parole pour poser des questions de clarification. Merci. Pour commencer, je vais me tourner vers vous. Yes, please.
Folks, I recognize that the screens are not showing the translation right now. For people that are following on their phones, are you able to follow the translation? Super. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. It's okay. Thank you. OK. Je vais me tourner vers vous, Madame Pascale Bambara. Pourriez-vous nous parler des initiatives en cours au Burkina Faso pour légaliser les modes alternatifs de résolution des conflits? Merci.
Merci Moussa, merci à tous. Comme il a dit, je suis magistrate de formation. Je suis Pascale Bambara du ministère de la Justice et des Droits humains, chargée des relations avec les institutions du Burkina Faso. C'est un réel plaisir pour moi d'être là, de venir parler de justice, d'accès à la justice, de parler d'une seule voix, pas d'une seule voix, mais d'une même voix avec des personnes venues d'horizons divers. Voilà. Et donc, conformément à ces missions issues de la charte de la transition, le Burkina Faso s'est engagé à faire des réformes juridiques et institutionnelles pour la refondation de l'État. Au niveau du ministère de la Justice, l'objectif de ces réformes est d'avoir une justice accessible, crédible, vraiment efficace, qui répond aux aspirations profondes du peuple burkinabé. Voilà. Il y a des études qui ont montré que la plupart des personnes préfèrent se tourner vers des modes communautaires de justice, vers des personnes investies d'une certaine autorité dans les communautés pour poser leurs problèmes et trouver des solutions. Et il y a une étude de Hill qui a démontré que 3 fois plus de personnes au Burkina Faso, des personnes enquêtées, préfèrent se tourner vers ces sources de résolution de problèmes-là. Une autre étude qui a été menée par le ministère en charge de la justice en collaboration avec Cogenta est parvenue au même résultat. Et le gouvernement a décidé, au cours de la réforme constitutionnelle intervenue en décembre 2023, de permettre à côté des modes de la justice formelle, de mettre en place un système de justice traditionnel auquel les personnes pourront avoir recours pour résoudre leurs problèmes. Et dès lors, donc, la mission de prendre une loi pour codifier cela a été confiée à la direction de l'accès à la justice et de l'aide aux victimes que je coordonne. Et on a décidé, avec l'assistance et l'aide des partenaires techniques et financiers dont il est cogenta, de faire une large concertation nationale à travers toutes les 13 régions du Burkina Faso, voilà, pour poser le problème aux populations, voilà, aux représentants des chefs traditionnels, des acteurs judiciaires, paramilitaires, des OSC, pour comprendre quelle était leur vision de la justice traditionnelle qu'ils voulaient, quels devaient être les acteurs qui allaient animer ces instances traditionnelles, quelles seraient les compétences qu'on allait leur accorder, tant matérielles que territoriales, et quelles pouvaient être s'il fallait prendre en compte les spécificités culturelles, parce qu'au Burkina, on a plus d'une 60aine d'ethnies. Et est-ce qu'il fallait qu'il y ait une inclusivité? Voilà, quand je parle d'inclusivité, c'est la question des femmes. Voilà. Et donc, toutes ces questions ont été revues, ont été posées, des propositions ont été faites. Et aussi, il y avait la question de la stratégie de mise en œuvre. Après la prise de la loi, si une loi est prise, comment est-ce qu'on peut faire pour la mettre en œuvre pour qu'elle soit viable? Parce que l'essentiel n'est pas seulement de la prendre. Donc, les Cogenta ont été à nos côtés durant tous ces 4 cadres de concertation à travers le pays. Et on a pu, voilà, en fait prendre une loi et le processus est en cours. Nous sommes passés devant le comité technique d'évaluation des avant-projets de loi et il reste l'étape du Conseil des ministres et de la représentation législative, c'est-à-dire l'Assemblée législative de transition au Burkina Faso. Donc, le processus est en cours et j'ai bon espoir que ça va aboutir parce que la mise en place des tribunaux traditionnels fait partie du contrat d'objectif du ministre en charge de la justice pour cette fin d'année 2025 et je pense qu'on pourra y arriver.
Merci beaucoup, madame. Ce sont là des avancées très, très importantes que nous encourageons. Mais j'imagine qu'il y a des défis déjà et que vous envisagez aussi des défis.
Oui, il y a beaucoup de défis parce qu'il faut reconnaître que les personnes ont recours à des acteurs traditionnels comme ça sur l'État, mais on n'avait pas essayé d'institutionnaliser. Donc, c'est un renouveau de la justice pour nous en ce qui concerne cette matière-là. Et tout ce qui est nouveau présente forcément des défis parce qu'on ne sait pas vraiment à quoi s'attendre. Et on se demande, est-ce que les populations, en institutionnalisant ces modes traditionnels de règlement des conflits-là, ne vont pas s'en éloigner comme de la justice moderne, parce que tout ce qui est institution a tendance à faire fuir les gens. Mais c'est pour cela que nous pensons qu'il va falloir faire une vaste campagne d'information auprès des populations pour leur dire pourquoi nous institutionnalisons, pour pouvoir préserver vraiment les pratiques anciennes, pour pouvoir laisser un héritage à nos enfants. Parce que la coutume et les traditions, c'est généralement oral. Voilà. Parce que si nous avons une loi, nous allons, comment on dit, essayer de faire ensuite un recueil des pratiques endogènes et tout ça. Et il y aura beaucoup d'écrits, un guide pratique à l'usage des acteurs judiciaires, des acteurs traditionnels, pardon, voilà, sur ce qui est attendu de tout ça. Mais le défi majeur ici, c'est le défi financier. Vous savez que nous sommes dans un contexte de rareté, voilà, de rareté des ressources, et c'est vraiment mondial. Hein. Et pour nous en particulier, c'est un peu lié à la crise sécuritaire. Mais comme la sécurité, la recherche de la sécurité n'est pas inconciliable avec la recherche de la justice, nous comptons vraiment mettre à profit l'apport important des chefs traditionnels dans le maintien de la cohésion sociale. Je vous remercie.
Merci infiniment, Madame Bambara, pour toutes ces explications très, très utiles, édifiantes. Et nous espérons que vous allez surmonter tous ces défis et que l'intégration de la justice traditionnelle sera une réalité au Burkina Faso. Merci. À présent, si vous permettez, je vais me tourner vers ma voisine, Madame Anna Cardenas. Please allow me to use English here. Thank you. Ms. Cardenas, you are the Director of Justice Projects, World Justice Project Mexico office. Could you please elaborate on different forms of informal justice provision you see in Mexico and how they are differently integrated or even coordinated across the country? You can take the other microphone, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Musa, for the question, and thank you, everybody here to be here and interested and open to listen about customary and informal justice. So I have the privilege to share the panel with my fellow colleagues, but also to share with you what we've been learning across Mexico. So I will take you to the Americas now. We've been able to learn from indigenous mediators, and now I have the privilege to share with you what we've been learning from them. So I will address the question on integration through a case study, and also I'd like to take the idea of Mr. Robbie about the spectrum. So in Mexico, there, as in the world, now this is a huge spectrum, and the challenge is to get to know in detail some of these systems so that we can learn across countries, but across that same spectrum. So the case study is as follows. So we learned a young man is riding a minibus in a rural community. It's dark, it's a rural road, it's late at night, and he gets distracted and hits over a man and kills him, an elder man. So he gets apprehended by the community police officers. So they are not officers, community policemen. And he is taken to a community jail. So this young man's father gets worried and goes not to the community leader, but goes to the prosecution office to seek for help so that he can retrieve his son. So police officers there help him to get him from the community jail. Father and son are together, but the authority of the community is quite offended. No? The authority is called a delegate. So the delegate gets angry, and he gets together with other delegates and decide not only to detain police officers, but also to take this case to the Ministry of the State of Hidalgo. No? This is not the country, but rather a state. So the Ministry of State knows that there is an alternative justice center close by, and they say, let's ring them. They ask the mediation center to intervene, but not more, not less. No? So the mediation center staff takes action. They go and speak to the father and invite him to a mediation session. And they also go to speak, not to the delegate, but to the widow of the man that was being killed. And they invite her also to the mediation. So a mediator comes and holds this mediation only with the father and the widow. And he asks the father, what are your needs? And the father explains, well, actually, I'm very angry that my son was apprehended, but I am also scared about retaliation within my own community. And now the widow is asked, what do you need? What are your interests? And she's the first time she's been asked that in this whole story, though she's the first damaged from the killing of her husband. And she says, I'm only interested in mourning in peace. No? I want to mourn my husband. So the father actually apologizes to this woman and offers to pay for the funerary services. So they reach an agreement, they sign it, and that's the end of the case. So the Ministry of the State is not asked and invited to the session. The delegate of the community is not invited to the session. No? So what can this case show us or illustrate? So the first thing to say is, was justice, were justice seekers' needs addressed? And here we could say, yeah, so what enabled that? The first thing that enabled that was the autonomy of the mediator. No? He had autonomy from the community's politics, but also from the ministry state's interests in this thing. Also, his knowledge of internal norms, or also his closeness to the cultural identity, and ideas of the community, because he is an indigenous mediator. Also, that he had the training to develop this session, a highly emotional session. He was able to facilitate dialogue between these two people. And lastly, the agreement that he reached actually had a legal standing. So that is very important, no? The conflict actually ended and had the same legal validity as a court's decision. So that ended the conflict. Now, what can this tell us about integration, no? So this tells us that this is an acknowledged and reliable center, acknowledged by the community, but also by the state. This tells us about the legal integration by acknowledging the validity of the agreement and of the authority of the mediator, but also tells us about the acknowledgement of internal norms. And now I bring to legal pluralism again. These mediators are actually mediating between systems, legal systems, and they are actually focusing on bringing justice to justice seekers. So this is why we are advancing customary and informal justice. Thank you.
Interesting. Very interesting. Thank you very much, Anna. The question I asked to Mrs. Bambara, I will ask you the same question. There are challenges, right?
Many. So what I've been able to share with you is one case of one system, but obviously that is not the only system that there is in Mexico. So we've been actually able to do research and to learn from other systems which don't have the same institutional acknowledgement, and that is actually visible in the facilities where people hold their mediation sessions, no? Also where the training mediators receive. This is not always the case. And they already have so much knowledge, but then you want to give them more skills. But also it has to do with the acknowledgement of the validity of the authority and also the agreements. Because this is, again, not always the case. Sometimes some legal framework across the country may take these agreements as a judicial decision, but others may take it as simple evidence. And this reduces the value of the decision, no? So these are the types of challenges that customary and informal justice systems have to face. The lack or actual acknowledgement of their authority, of the support from their institutions that translate into spaces, into budgetary support, meaning salaries to these mediators.
Thank you very much. As you can see, there are challenges, but they are not impossible to overcome. Thank you, Anna. I will go back to French. Et je vais maintenant me tourner vers vous, Madame Aminatou Daouda Ainikoy, qui est notre country manager au Niger. Mais en fait, avant de vous donner la parole, je vais demander à Michael de nous faire passer la vidéo en fait, on aurait dû avoir un cinquième panéliste qui n'a pas pu faire le déplacement, mais qui nous a fait une vidéo que nous allons visionner tout de suite. Oui, un instant. Il s'agit de l'honorable Hamza Bayere, qui est chef de canton de Bambey au Niger, et que nous allons regarder maintenant. Écoutez, merci.
Je suis Hamza Assoumana Bayere, chef de canton de Bambey, dans le département de Tawa, au sein de la région du même nom, en République du Niger. J'exerce les fonctions actuelles de chef traditionnel depuis une dizaine d'années maintenant, après avoir exercé dans le corps de la magistrature pendant 25 ans, dans toutes les fonctions de la magistrature, je veux dire au siège comme au parquet. Alors, il m'a été posé la question de savoir comment harmoniser la justice traditionnelle avec les normes de la justice moderne. Je dirais à titre d'élément de réponse que c'est un problème complexe qui techniquement devrait voir sa solution dans le cadre d'une réforme des cadres juridiques qui gouvernent ou de justice ou de mécanismes de justice, je dirais. Dans le contexte du Niger, je prônerais une réforme plutôt orientée non pas vers la reconnaissance du mécanisme traditionnel de justice, ce qui est déjà un acquis, ce qui est déjà fait dans le cadre de la loi 2015 portant sur le statut de la chefferie traditionnelle au Niger, mais plutôt vers la valorisation du rôle de ce mécanisme traditionnel de justice, étant donné que ce mécanisme joue un rôle de premier plan dans la recherche ou la construction de la paix sociale. J'y vois un intérêt évident, c'est qu'en ce faisant, l'État va pouvoir permettre avec plus d'efficacité le respect des droits fondamentaux des personnes et un accès équitable à la justice pour tous. Maintenant, quels sont les enjeux et les défis par rapport à cette orientation? Le premier de ces enjeux qui me vient à l'esprit, c'est le respect des droits de l'homme. L'un des principaux défis, à mon sens, est d'assurer que les pratiques de justice traditionnelles respectent les normes internationales relatives aux droits de l'homme. Je mets entre parenthèses le fait que l'État du Niger est un État qui brille par les engagements qu'il a pris au niveau international en ce qui concerne le respect et la protection des droits de l'homme, étant donné qu'il a ratifié au moins les 9 principaux traités internationaux qui se rapportent à la question des droits de l'homme. Alors, il y a des problèmes dans le tissu social, il y a des problèmes dans nos sociétés, dans nos communautés, qui s'appellent le respect de l'égalité, la non-discrimination, l'interdiction de la torture et des traitements inhumains, qui doivent être adressés dans le cadre de cette réforme pour que les mécanismes traditionnels de justice puissent être respectueux du principe de l'égalité, du principe de la non-discrimination et de l'intégrité des personnes humaines. Je prends un exemple en matière de non-discrimination. Il y a du chemin à faire en ce qui concerne la protection des droits de la femme dans nos communautés d'une manière générale. Pareil pour ce qui concerne la protection des droits des enfants dans nos communautés où nous avons du chemin à faire, où nous avons un travail à accomplir. Le deuxième défi qui me vient à l'esprit, c'est celui lié à l'accès à la justice pour tous. Il est essentiel de garantir que tous les citoyens, y compris ceux qui vivent dans des zones, disons, reculées ou éloignées, en milieu rural en particulier, aient accès à des mécanismes de justice fiables et efficaces, y compris lorsqu'il s'agit des mécanismes traditionnels, en toutes les matières, je précise bien en toutes les matières. Il ne s'agit pas de dire que si vous êtes en milieu rural, vous avez un mécanisme à côté qui s'occupe d'une affaire, mais pas d'une autre. Quand on envisage la question sous l'angle de la personne ne choisit pas le contentieux qui lui arrive. Une personne ne choisit pas le mal qui lui arrive, il lui arrive, le conflit lui tombe dessus, elle n'a pas le choix. Il faut qu'en toutes circonstances, elle puisse trouver à côté, à sa portée, un mécanisme de justice, fut-il traditionnel.
Merci beaucoup. Je vous demande d'applaudir quand même. Honorable Bayere, qui est le chef de canton de Bambey, qui n'a pas pu faire le déplacement. À présent, je vais me tourner vers vous, Madame Aminatou Daouda Ainikoy. Vous dirigez le programme de Hill, qui est à sa 3e année de mise en œuvre et qui a déjà fait un grand pas dans le domaine de la justice coutumière. Vous avez organisé il y a quelques semaines seulement un forum sur la justice traditionnelle et avez réussi l'exploit de réunir dans la même salle pendant 3 jours les principaux représentants de la chefferie traditionnelle, dont justement l'honorable Bayere, les magistrats et puis les juges, ainsi que les représentants du ministère de l'Intérieur. Alors, Madame la Country Manager, pouvez-vous nous parler des principales recommandations qui ont été faites lors de ce forum? Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Moussa. Bonjour tout le monde. Merci pour cette opportunité qui m'est offerte ce matin pour vous entretenir sur la place de la chefferie traditionnelle de la justice au Niger. Mais avant, je m'en vais quand même faire un rappel de contexte pour mieux vous permettre de comprendre le véritable rôle de la chefferie ou des chefs traditionnels de la justice au Niger. Le Niger est un pays de l'Afrique de l'Ouest avec une superficie de 1 267 000 km² avec 27 millions d'habitants estimés. Et selon le Conseil permanent du Conseil supérieur de la magistrature, le Niger dispose de moins de 600 magistrats, dont un magistrat pour 50 000 habitants. C'est un pays avec une population extrêmement rurale, plus de 87%. Le niveau d'alphabétisation est très faible. Les villages administratifs au Niger, selon l'Institut national de la statistique, sont un peu plus de 2600, ce qui fait que chaque village dispose d'un chef administratif. Donc, vous comprenez pourquoi cette justice traditionnelle est celle qui est plus proche des populations, d'où son utilisation. Et selon les enquêtes réalisées par Hill au Niger, il ressort qu'une grande partie de la population a recours aux mécanismes de justice traditionnelle, soit 17%, plutôt qu'aux tribunaux modernes, parce que tout simplement, ils sont jugés coûteux, complexes et éloignés. Donc, ils ne sont saisis qu'à peu près un peu moins de 10% de la population. Le recours aux autorités traditionnelles est particulièrement prépondérant dans les affaires de conflits fonciers. Pourquoi? Parce que le conflit foncier représente la 2e catégorie de problèmes les plus urgents au Niger, soit 23%. 46% des personnes dont le problème le plus grave est un conflit foncier ont recours à une autorité traditionnelle, ce qui fait de la chefferie traditionnelle la source d'aide la plus consultée dans ce genre de conflit. Il y a le fait qu'au Niger, la coutume est reconnue par la loi portant organisation et fonctionnement des juridictions. Et de ce fait, les acteurs traditionnels sont formellement reconnus par la loi qui leur confère un pouvoir de conciliation. Mais cependant, des lacunes ont été relevées par rapport à l'intégration de la chefferie traditionnelle et la protection qu'elle confère aux justiciables. Donc, les chefs traditionnels ont tendance à prendre des décisions alors que la loi leur confère un pouvoir de conciliation. Il y a vraiment le manque de formation des chefs traditionnels et le manque ou l'absence de coordination et de complémentarité dans les deux systèmes qui entraînent parfois des contradictions. Donc, au vu de tout ce qui précède, qu'est-ce qu'il a fait? Il intervenant au Niger depuis 2021 pour mettre en œuvre le programme d'innovation de la justice au Niger, en concertation avec le ministère de la Justice et suite aux requêtes incessantes, que ce soit des magistrats, tout comme des chefs traditionnels et des organisations de la société civile, a osé organiser pour la première fois au Niger un forum sur le thème « La place de la chefferie traditionnelle dans le système judiciaire au Niger ». Pourquoi c'est problématique? Pourquoi c'est osé de fédérer ces acteurs clés de la justice face à face pour discuter? Parce que, du point de vue de la loi, les magistrats relèvent du ministère de la Justice en termes d'attribution, tandis que les chefs traditionnels, eux, relèvent du ministère de l'Intérieur. Le statut sur les chefs traditionnels les reconnaît ce pouvoir de conciliation, alors que dans la loi sur l'organisation judiciaire, tel n'est pas le cas. Donc, du coup, dans leur collaboration au quotidien, il n'est pas rare de voir de manque de compréhension ou bien de complémentarité dans leur travail. Donc, travaillant avec la chefferie traditionnelle, l'association des chefs traditionnels du Niger, qui est une des parties prenantes du programme de Hill, et ils nous ont vraiment posé cette problématique, ce besoin de rencontrer face à face les magistrats, le ministère, les représentants du ministère de l'Intérieur, et qui sont leurs responsables administratifs, et le ministre de la Justice et les magistrats. Ce qui fit fait une première au Niger qui a réuni une centaine de participants, les chefs les plus emblématiques au Niger, en face des magistrats et des procureurs, des magistrats surtout qui ont en charge des affaires coutumières. Et les débats étaient vraiment très intéressants. Et ils se sont, à la fin du forum de 3 jours, bien sûr, des travaux de groupe, des discussions, d'échanges, de compréhension des concepts, parce qu'il faut le dire, les chefs traditionnels ne sont pas de formation de juristes. Bien vrai qu'avec le renouvellement de la chefferie traditionnelle, comme le cas du chef que vous venez d'écouter, c'est quand même un ancien magistrat qui a travaillé pendant 25 ans dans la magistrature au Niger. Il y en a d'autres qui étaient aussi des anciens diplomates, des anciens fonctionnaires de l'État. Ce qui favorise normalement, ils disposent de backgrounds leur permettant vraiment de comprendre leur rôle et responsabilités et surtout la place qu'ils doivent jouer et comment est-ce qu'ils doivent interagir avec les magistrats de leur localité. Donc, à l'issue de ce forum, il y a eu de fortes recommandations que le ministère a adoptées comme priorité pour l'avenir. Il s'agit, entre autres, de réviser la loi sur l'organisation judiciaire en vue d'intégrer la chefferie traditionnelle en tant qu'institution judiciaire. C'est ce que je vous avais expliqué tantôt. Les chefs sont reconnus dans leur statut disposant d'un pouvoir de conciliation en matière judiciaire, particulièrement sur les conflits fonciers. Alors que dans la loi sur l'organisation judiciaire au Niger, tel n'est pas le cas. Donc, les deux ministères ont convenu vraiment de mettre en place des mécanismes de réflexion pour que dans les réformes en cours au sein du ministère de la Justice, cela puisse être harmonisé, révisé, parce que le rôle et l'apport important des chefs dans la résolution des conflits n'est plus à démontrer au Niger. Il y a également une recommandation qui est relative à la clarification des limites des attributions des chefs traditionnels sur les aspects de gestion des conflits. Et pourquoi cette clarification? Parce que ce n'est pas tous les chefs qui arrivent à faire la différence entre pouvoir de conciliation et rendre une décision. Parce que pour les chefs, il est souvent ressorti quand un juge, qu'est-ce que la loi prévoit? La loi prévoit quand deux personnes sont en face d'un conflit foncier, le premier niveau, et d'ailleurs qui est une obligation dans la procédure, c'est d'aller devant le chef de village qui va tenter de les concilier. S'il arrive à concilier les deux parties, et il va dresser un PV de conciliation, les deux parties peuvent signer et il transmet ça au juge de son ressort. Pour que cela puisse revêtir d'une force exécutoire, le juge va constater et homologue la décision. Du coup, ça devient une décision exécutoire. Maintenant, en cas de non-conciliation, toujours le même chef doit dresser un PV de non-conciliation. Bien sûr, quand ça va atterrir sur le bureau du juge, il faudra qu'il ouvre un nouveau dossier. Et ça, le chef ne le voit pas comme étant une bonne chose. C'est comme si remettre en cause sa légitimité. Donc, vous voyez bien qu'il y a vraiment besoin de renforcer les capacités des chefs traditionnels pour qu'ils comprennent réellement le mécanisme et qu'est-ce qui est, où se situe leur pouvoir et les limites. Il y a également une autre recommandation très importante, c'est vraiment celle relative à l'accélération de la finalisation du processus d'élaboration du répertoire coutumier. Au Niger, la loi reconnaît la coutume, nous en avons parlé. Et en matière matrimoniale, l'écrasante majorité des Nigériens, pour ne pas dire tout le monde, est régi par la coutume du parti. Et donc, cela fait que nous sommes une dizaine d'ethnies, avec beaucoup de coutumes. Il faudra quand même qu'un répertoire puisse être élaboré pour un minimum de coutumes à insérer pour faire référence, pour faciliter le travail. Donc, M. Moussa, voilà ce qu'il a pu à réaliser au Niger après 3 ans de mise en œuvre de son programme d'innovation de la justice au Niger.
Merci beaucoup, Aminatou. En fait, le temps ne nous permet pas du tout de parler de toutes les recommandations qui ont été faites. Il y en a beaucoup. Et Hill va s'atteler ensemble avec les 2 ministères à la mise en œuvre de ces recommandations. Merci, Aminatou. Mais vous faites plus, en fait, au Niger, parce que comment est-ce que vous faites, par exemple, pour soutenir la création de parcours de justice améliorés et axés sur les données?
Et merci. Pour soutenir la création de parcours améliorés et axés sur les données, l'approche de justice axée sur les personnes requiert de se concentrer sur l'intégration des systèmes coutumiers et formels ainsi que le renforcement de services de justice de proximité pour offrir des solutions accessibles, efficaces et conformes aux droits humains. Et c'est dans ce cadre que nous avons pu réaliser ou mis en œuvre le premier laboratoire d'innovation de la justice de Hill au Niger, qui est un processus participatif ayant regroupé une trentaine d'acteurs pour réfléchir sur une solution innovante, axée sur les personnes et financièrement durable pour mettre à l'échelle un service de justice qui change la donne. Il s'agit d'une plateforme application en ligne qui fournira des informations pour mieux prévenir et résoudre des conflits liés à l'accès et à la gestion des ressources naturelles partagées, suivi d'un assistant vocal qui complétera le service. L'assistant vocal rendra le processus de gestion des ressources naturelles partagées plus transparent et accessible à tous. Le pilote sur lequel nous sommes en ce moment sera mis en place et opérationnel d'ici fin septembre et sera après rétrocédé à l'Agence nationale d'assistance juridique et judiciaire, qui est l'ancrage institutionnel dont le ministère de la Justice a bien voulu choisir pour une mise à grande échelle au niveau national. Donc, le travail de Hill, pour rappel, le problème foncier constitue la catégorie de problèmes les plus urgents au Niger, 23%. Que ce soit le foncier rural et urbain, etc. Maintenant, au vu de la demande croissance pour connaître le mécanisme, et après le processus de réflexion dans des groupes, dans des cas de réflexion avec les experts des différents domaines en lien bien sûr avec le foncier, ils ont réfléchi sur cette solution de plateforme en ligne. Dans un premier temps, plus tard, ils se sont rendus compte du faible niveau d'alphabétisation de l'assister avec un assistant vocal. permettant vraiment à la majorité des Nigériens vraiment de poser les questions pour qu'ils soient éclairés sur l'arsenal juridique en matière foncière, que ce soit la prévention ou bien la gestion même. Donc cela va révolutionner les services de prestation de justice de proximité au Niger, et parce que c'est un problème crucial. Et pour ceux qui suivent l'actualité au Niger, il y a énormément de problèmes, énormément des stratégies, des débats qui sont en train d'être menés. Donc, une fois que nous arrivons quand même à le rendre opérationnel, parce que le premier problème auquel il est en train de résoudre, c'est le problème d'accès à l'information juridique. C'est un grand problème. Même ceux qui sont instruits ne sont pas en mesure de maîtriser, de savoir où se trouvent les tests en matière de justice. Donc, si nous arrivons à les intégrer sur une seule plateforme, avec des indications bien précises, avec un numéro vert, les gens vont aller là-bas s'identifier comme justiciable, comme chef traditionnel, comme magistrat, comme chercheur, comme étudiant. Et tout ce qui est l'arsenal juridique lui sera vraiment donné, et des sources aussi, il sera orienté vers des sources. Je vois que M. Moussa me regarde. Je pense que je vous invite en tout cas à aller sur le site de Hill Global et de Hill Niger pour avoir plus d'informations sur ce grand travail que nous sommes en train d'abattre au Niger, qui est en train vraiment d'affecter positivement l'accès à la justice au Niger. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Aminatou. Je suis sûr que si je la laisse, elle peut parler des heures encore de tout ce qu'elle fait au... Oui? Ah! Ah. In Niger, there is a problem, especially the problem of land issues. So what they did, they set up, helped set up a platform that will help people, because as she said, the most important problem is that the access to information. So they set up a platform that will help people to dial in, because there is a phone number. They can call and they can ask questions, and they can get the information that they need in order to make easy the access to information for this important problem that is land issues in Niger. So, je vais maintenant me tourner vers Monsieur Issoufou Ganou, qui est le secrétaire exécutif de l'Observatoire national du foncier au Burkina Faso. Monsieur Ganou, comme le nom de votre organisation l'indique, vous êtes actif dans le domaine du foncier au Burkina Faso, et l'on sait, comme Aminatou vient de le dire, que dans beaucoup de pays du Sahel, le foncier constitue un des problèmes majeurs de justice. Quel rôle joue la justice coutumière dans la résolution des conflits fonciers au Burkina Faso? Ce sera la première question que j'aimerais vous poser. Merci.
OK, merci beaucoup, Moussa, pour cette question. Et avant de répondre à la question, il est important pour moi de resituer les contextes de la gouvernance foncière. Et quand vous regardez un tout petit peu cette évolution de la gouvernance foncière au Burkina, vous vous rendrez compte que depuis, en fait, la période précoloniale, la période coloniale et même une partie de la période postcoloniale, le foncier a toujours été un bien collectif, a toujours été un bien, j'ai dit, religieux, parce que c'est sur la terre que nos anciens font leurs sacrifices. Et donc la terre ne peut pas appartenir à un individu, la terre appartient toujours à une collectivité. Et c'est maintenant les patriarches qui assurent la redistribution des terres pour l'exploitation et pour nourrir sa famille. Et c'est comme ça. Et donc, personne ne peut dire, dans nos contextes, que voici ma terre. On dit, si tu le dis, tu n'as pas longue vie. Tu détermines. Parce que la terre ne t'appartient pas, ça appartient à nos ancêtres, ça appartient à ceux qui nous ont devancés. Et donc, c'est pour ça qu'on dit que c'est un bien religieux. Mais, évidemment, l'évolution faisant, nos États se sont constitués, on est devenu un pays, et justement, les nouvelles lois sont arrivées. Et les nouveaux dirigeants ont voulu, bien sûr, mettre en place des législations pour gérer la terre. Et donc, voilà où l'introduction de la notion de privatisation de la terre, la possession privée. Sinon, la possession privée n'existait pas. Donc, en introduisant cette possession privée, on a en même temps créé un biais dans la gestion coutumière, parce que c'était les coutumiers qui réglaient tout. Lorsque vous avez un problème, c'est le coutumier qui réglait tout. Et maintenant, avec justement la monétarisation, la privatisation, les choses se sont compliquées. Et on est aujourd'hui en face à près de 65, sinon 70% des conflits communautaires recensés au Burkina, ce sont des conflits liés au foncier. Donc, il y a nécessité de revoir notre façon de faire. Qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire? Et l'État, dans une loi de 2009, a voulu que justement les coutumiers se saisissent de la question de gestion ou de gestion alternative des conflits. Et on a introduit ce qu'on appelle dans la loi 034-2009 portant régime foncier rural et une disposition qui consacre la mise en place d'une commission de conciliation foncière villageoise. Et cette commission de conciliation foncière villageoise doit être créée par tous les villages et pilotée maintenant par la chefferie coutumière qui doit régler les questions liées aux conflits, nombreux conflits que nous constatons dans nos villages. Et donc, parce qu'eux, ils connaissent les limites des terres ancestrales, ils connaissent l'historique de ces terres et ils peuvent aider les familles à se réconcilier et à mieux gérer ces terres-là. Parce que quand c'est confié à l'administration, c'est des technocrates formés qui atterrissent pour un territoire, mais dont ils ne connaissent même pas l'histoire de la région. Parce que notre pays, il y a plusieurs groupes ethniques. Madame la directrice l'a dit, il y a 64 groupes ethniques. Et dans ces 64 groupes ethniques, il y a des manières de faire. C'est des cultures, vous voyez, non, dans la gestion de la terre. Et c'est de nombreuses cultures, quand vous ne les connaissez pas, vous risquez de dire le droit. Mais vous dites le droit, mais vous ne rendez pas justice au village. Vous voyez? Donc, c'est très différent. Voilà, donc c'est important. Et c'est voilà pourquoi ces commissions de conciliation foncière villageoise ont commencé, depuis 2009, à fonctionner, à essayer d'aider sur la gestion de ces conflits-là. Mais malheureusement, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Il se trouve que les commissions de conciliation foncière villageoise doivent émettre ce qu'on appelle des PV de conciliation lorsqu'il y a conciliation ou des PV de non-conciliation lorsqu'il n'y a pas conciliation. Et c'est la partie diligente qui peut saisir le tribunal de grande instance avec son PV de conciliation ou de non-conciliation pour justement poursuivre la procédure au niveau des tribunaux de grande instance. Mais malheureusement, cette jonction n'arrive pas à fonctionner comme il se doit. Ça ne fonctionne pas comme il se doit. Et c'est là, maintenant, on est en train de se reposer de nouvelles questions. Qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire pour améliorer cette situation-là? Voilà. Et donc, même pour rendre ça, il faut connaître aussi les us et les coutumes au niveau de la localité. Absolument. Donc, c'est important. Et donc, pour peut-être m'arrêter là, pour vous donner justement cet éclairage, peut-être que s'il y a une question qui vient davantage, je pourrais encore mieux éclairer la lanterne des uns et des autres.
OK.
Voilà.
Merci beaucoup pour ces explications, mais à côté de ces commissions, il y a aussi des chartes foncières, n'est-ce pas, qui sont réalisées par Hill au sein du Justice Innovation Lab et que l'on pourra promouvoir comme une bonne pratique, n'est-ce pas? Vous pouvez nous en dire un mot?
Oui, exactement. C'est la suite de ma réflexion. C'est que justement la loi dont j'ai parlé de 2009 dispose également qu'on doit, si vous voulez gérer les questions au niveau des conflits fonciers, l'homologation, comme on appelle ça, la conciliation au niveau de la base, il faut le faire sur une base connue, qui sont les us et les coutumes. Or, les us et les coutumes, comme je l'ai dit, c'est diversifié. Il faut donc les recenser, il faut donc les codifier, il faut donc passer à un niveau de toilettage et de mettre en conformité avec la vision moderne du pays. Que les lois ratifiées par le pays, il faut prendre ça en compte. Donc, et c'est ça. Donc, ce qu'on appelle charte foncière locale. C'est-à-dire c'est des règles internes à une communauté dans la gestion de la terre et des ressources naturelles et de vivre ensemble. Et donc, ce sont ces règles locales-là que nous appelons charte foncière locale. Et donc, avec l'appui de Hill, nous sommes en train d'expérimenter dans un royaume. Et quand on dit royaume, c'est un ensemble de 11 communes qui font partie d'une communauté. C'est la même communauté, et avec un grand chef. Et donc, ce grand chef-là, ils ont les mêmes pratiques, ils ont les mêmes coutumes qui sont appliquées sur le terrain. Et donc, avec Hill, nous avons convenu avec l'ensemble des différents chefs, des différents villages et des 11 communes de se retrouver et d'avoir des rencontres ensemble pour identifier clairement, recenser les us et les coutumes par rapport à la gestion de la terre, par rapport à la gestion des ressources naturelles, par rapport au vivre ensemble, comment est-ce que c'est traité. Et donc, on a catalogué tout ça, on a mis ça en lumière et nous sommes actuellement à une phase de consolidation pour pouvoir justement aller vers l'administration publique pour présenter, voilà les us et les coutumes de la localité. Et maintenant, qu'est-ce qui est conforme aux lois et qu'est-ce qui n'est pas conforme aux lois en vigueur au niveau du pays. Une fois que ça c'est fait, on toilette et on a une charte foncière validée, homologuée, en entente avec la communauté traditionnelle et l'administration moderne, et comme ça, et on applique, et ça devient opposable aux tiers, parce que la loi le dit ainsi. Une fois que c'est validé, ça devient opposable aux tiers. Et nous sommes dans ce processus-là, dans le royaume de Boussouma, au niveau de Burkina Faso.
Merci beaucoup. Et si cela est un succès, il y aura une mise à échelle.
Exactement, c'est ça. C'est de prendre un exemple, de présenter à l'ensemble des différents ministères qui ont en charge les questions de conflit et de voir est-ce que c'est réplicable dans les différentes régions du pays. C'est l'objectif comme ça.
D'accord.
Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Okay. Voilà, mesdames et messieurs, j'espère que ces questions et réponses de nos éminents invités vous ont permis d'avoir une meilleure idée du rôle de la justice coutumière dans les systèmes de justice. À présent, je pense que nous avons 10 minutes, Michael. OK. Nous avons 5 minutes peut-être pour poser rapidement des questions de clarification. Mais ne vous en faites pas. En fait, si vous voulez plus d'informations sur ces sujets, vous pouvez vous tourner vers Michael qui va avoir à sa disposition toutes les communications de nos invités et qui pourront vous les transmettre. Merci. Des questions? Oui?
Sorry, can we get this one? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much for very excellent presentation, taking us from Mexico to Niger to Burkina. It was really a journey. But my question is to you, Anna, but I guess the other panelists can also weigh in. So to you, Anna and Pascal. So the point you made, which I find really, really interesting, that a lot of times when you formalize systems, people run away from it. And I wanted us to delve a little bit into it in the context of trying to find the right kind of mechanisms of fusion between the informal and formal. How do we address that kind of challenge? And to you, regarding the various disparate practices in various states in Mexico, is there an attempt to find some level of standardization across the country. Thank you.
Do you want to begin?
Maybe 5 minutes. I'm not sure we have time, but because they have two people have to answer.
So the first, can you repeat?
Ok. Merci au PDG de IL, je n'ai pas retenu le nom. Voilà, et c'est une question que je voulais aborder, mais par manque de temps. Pourquoi est-ce que nous formalisons? Oui, quand on a été au comité technique d'évaluation des avant-projets de loi, il y a un monsieur qui a dit, mais c'est des pratiques, c'est fait. C'est connu que les chefs traditionnels règlent les problèmes de justice dans leur communauté. Mais pourquoi est-ce que vous cherchez à formaliser? Et comme je l'ai dit dans les défis, je dis qu'on formalise, mais on a peur d'un défi qui peut se poser à nous. C'est celui que les gens, voilà, en formalisant, n'aient peur d'approcher la justice traditionnelle parce qu'elle est devenue un peu trop formelle. Mais nous formalisons, comme je l'ai dit, pour mettre aussi fin à certains abus. Parce que dans les coutumes, là, il y a le droit. Mais ce n'est pas toujours en conformité peut-être avec les droits humains. Et l'État a besoin d'avoir aussi un regard dans ce que les chefs traditionnels font. Et nous formalisons aussi pour pouvoir avoir des recueils, pour pouvoir laisser à nos enfants des traces de nos coutumes. Voilà, parce qu'elle est généralement orale. Il faut que nous institutionnalisions aussi pour désengorger nos tribunaux, pour que certaines petites affaires n'y aillent pas. Parce qu'on dit que les procédures devant nos tribunaux sont très longues, mais voilà, si les personnes vont devant la justice traditionnelle, ça permettra de désengorger. Au Burkina, on dit seulement 5 personnes, des personnes qui ont été enquêtées, vont devant la justice moderne. Pourtant, elles demeurent engorgées. Donc, nous formalisons pour tout cela. Voilà. Et il y a des garde-fous qui seront mis vraiment. Et c'est pour cela que nous aurons besoin d'une large campagne d'information pour expliquer aux gens pourquoi nous formalisons. Pourquoi nous formalisons. Et nous avons entendu au Burkina Faso, dans le cas du Burkina Faso, de donner toutes les compétences aux acteurs traditionnels, mais en mettant un frein au niveau de la matière pénale pour respecter quand même le principe de l'opportunité des poursuites du procureur. Voilà. Et il y a quelque chose qui est aussi important dans le système qu'on veut mettre en place, c'est que la saisine des acteurs traditionnels sera facultative. Voilà, ça, les personnes qui y vont iront de façon libre. Et quand une personne y va, si moi je conduis Aminatou devant un tribunal traditionnel, Aminatou peut dire qu'elle ne veut pas que son affaire soit réglée là-bas. Et là, on s'arrête là. Mais si Aminatou m'amène devant le tribunal moderne, moi je suis tenu d'y aller. Si je ne vais pas, on peut peut-être, en fonction de la matière, envoyer la police, voilà, me chercher. Et dans les localités, on a plus de 60 ethnies et chaque localité va organiser selon ses us et coutumes. Voilà, on n'a pas entendu trop coincé, trop formalisé, mais on a entendu avoir quand même un regard pour que certains principes républicains aussi soient vraiment respectés. Voilà.
So thank you very much for your question on formalization. So I guess I would tackle the question in terms of degrees or themes for formalizing certain attributes of this system. So let me explain myself. So for a mediator from the system that I described, it's an advantage to him to say, I'm a member of the judiciary, and that's the way he explains himself before the community. But then the community actually knows him because this person was already a legitimate leader within his community. So that is one way of looking at a formalization. So giving him a certifications and also a salary and if you like an institutional endorsement, whilst not losing, but rather acknowledging his linkages to his community and to his leading role in the community. But the lack of formalization we've seen in other systems puts them at great disadvantage. So looking at the case that I explained about a criminal, something happened, like a criminal offense happened, or somebody got killed. And the community police apprehended that person. So that scene in another system was actually looked at this person being kidnapped. So police, so the community policemen were actually at risk of facing a criminal offense. So this is like, I want to illustrate the benefits of formalizing parts of the process, parts of who are leading these processes, while not, if you like, not unrooting the qualities of these leaders, of these mediators. Now, in terms of standardization, it's like a very interesting question. We've had it actually been discussed by different indigenous mediators, and what we've heard from them is that some of them actually are eager for some kind of a standardization because they see benefits of some sort of integration. No? So the mediators who do not have a salary, that do not have a nice space to mediate, they actually do seek the standardization so that they can actually gain this stability that will allow them to pursue and to facilitate sessions in a more suitable way and with their needs being taken care of. No? However, on the other extreme, the discussion is, but we don't want to lose our rituals. No? We don't want to lose our identity. And I think that is also possible. No? We've been discussing this, I think, in the co-working group. There is always a middle ground where you can offer stability, but also offer, not offer, but rather reassure that identity will not be lost. A collective identity that is actually transported by the mediator into the sessions. So that's the way I would tackle it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Anna. Unfortunately, we're not able to take other questions. So je vais tout simplement vous demander de m'aider à remercier nos invités pour leur participation à ce panel. Et ceci met fin donc à cette session. Merci beaucoup.
Form of Tai Chi right now. Just a reminder, there is coffee and tea and water next door, and you're welcome to go get it and get your blood flowing. So no need for Tai Chi right now. I know it's very hot in this room as well. So thank you so much to the last panelists and everyone that we've heard from over the course of the last 3 days. I think we've really heard, what is at stake right now with the global rule of law recession, with the rise of distrust, with the rise of authoritarianism. What it ultimately comes down to is people are losing their ability to live freely, to speak freely, and to have justice when things go wrong in their lives. Today, we have concretely heard examples of how people are overcoming these challenges and what really works, whether that's bringing women into the justice system in Namibia, to having indigenous people shaping the laws in the Philippines, there are ways that communities around the world are able to hold the line and to expand freedoms in their countries. And we know that for the majority of people, they don't do this through the formal court system. That's what we've heard today. Again, speaking to what our colleague said, this is not an anomaly that people are going to customary and informal spaces. This is the norm. And so it is vital that we invest in these spaces, that we grow these spaces, and that we build trust in these spaces so that people can have full access to justice. And so in order to grow those spaces, we have to have people committing to how they're going to do that. And that is what this next session is really going to focus on, is very practical ways that in the future we can see more state actors, more grassroots justice defenders, more people from every kind of institution at the spectrum that is between those two. And people are about to stand up and share exciting commitments for advancing people-centered justice. These are going to be really practical actions rooted in customary and informal justice that are going to open pathways to justice now. And so I'm just going to recognize that we are short on time, as always, and I'm going to be a vicious timekeeper. So to all of the panelists, or all of our speakers, not panelists, keep your time. I am going to start, we're actually going to start with a video that is coming from the Honorable Job Andy, the Minister of Justice and Community Services in Vanuatu. So Michael, can we start?
Greetings from Vanuatu. As Vanuatu's Minister of Justice, Youth and Community Services, I am privileged to address this significant global convening on strengthening customary and informal pathway to people-centered justice. As a proud Melanesian nation, Vanuatu welcomes this opportunity to share our experience in recognizing and valuing customary justice, while joining this global community of good practice. This gathering marks an important moment for evaluating diverse justice systems that are trusted by communities, especially in contexts like ours, where formal services can be inaccessible. Our Constitution is unique. Globally, it enshrined legal pluralism, recognized custom law in our legal framework, and established a National Council Chief, or Malvatumori, to play a central role in justice and governance. This constitutionally inherent role of community leaders provide a strong foundation for collaboration, allowing state and non-state actors to engage in regular structured dialogues and training aimed to build consistency and mutual understanding. Customary dispute resolution has long been a cornerstone of peace and order in our communities. Indeed, our Ministry 2030 Justice Sector Strategy places customary governance as a core enabling sub-strategy. This approach acknowledges and draws the Melanesian values of respect, harmony, unity, and forgiveness which shape Vanuatu cultural heritage. Today, chiefs remain vital figures in addressing pressing social issues affecting Vanuatu's most vulnerable, especially in rural and remote areas where most of our people still lives. Our governments look to our chiefs as a vital bridge to maintain community orders when state service cannot. Chiefs are often first and sometimes the only point of contact, with nation studies showing 70% of respondents will turn to the chief first in case of domestic violence, with only 13% contacting the police. As the key protection arm of the Vanuatu government, the Ministry of Justice, Youth and Community Services must work hand in hand with chiefs to address key social issues such as family violence as well as land management. In addition, Vanuatu's court may almost consider customary consideration in criminal sentencing, and the government regularly consult the Malvatumari Council of Chiefs and propose laws. As we continue to promote an integrated, rights-based approach at the ministry, we are currently exploring how we can enhance, institutionalize, and sustain state and non-state justice services. In Vanuatu, these open dialogues across the state and non-state divide are critical for increasing inclusion and awareness of legal and human rights principles among communities. With support from partners such as the Australian government, we hold regular awareness, raising workshops, and training with customary leaders to improve legal knowledge and explore issues facing marginalized groups. This is a journey for all involved, but the direction is clear. We want to build a nation where the voice of our people are heard, where everyone, no matter their background, can access justice, and where the rights of each citizen are upheld and realized. Thank you for allowing me to share some of the experiences today. As I close, I would like to celebrate the global community for having this vital conversation. It is time to greater international recognition of this value, legitimacy, and effectiveness of customary justice. As a positive example of how traditional and modern justice can work hand in hand to serve all people, Vanuatu urge increased global investment in customary justice so it can continue to serve people, concentrate justice everywhere. Thank you very much.
I'm sure you all enjoyed seeing that and wishing that while Poland is a beautiful venue, maybe next time we all go to Vanuatu to enjoy the delights there. It's wonderful to hear about Vanuatu's strategic engagement with Indigenous justice systems and really hearing that call to action that now is the time for sustained investment in this space. We are now going to turn to Judge Abdullah Karim Ba Abad, the Deputy Minister of Justice and Deputy Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Yemen.
مرحبا، أنا القاضي عبد الكريم باعباد وكيل وزارة العدل في اليمن. يسعدني جدا أن أشارككم تجربتي الأخيرة وتجديد التزامي بالعدالة العرفية وغير الرسمية لتحقيق العدالة المتمحورة حول الناس في ظل الأزمة المستمرة في بلادي. التحديات والمقاربات. لقد أضعف النزاع المستمر منذ عام 2015 مؤسسات سيادة القانون الرسمية في الوقت الذي ازدادت فيه احتياجات الناس للعدالة بسبب هشاشة الأمن وانتشار الفقر الذي تفاقم بفعل الأزمة، ولقد أدى الجمع بين تراجع العرض وارتفاع الطلب إلى تقويض ثقة المواطنين، حيث تعد العدالة خدمة عامة أساسية واحتياجا إنسانيا. وللتغلب على فجوة العدالة يعتمد الكثير من الناس على العدالة العرفية وغير الرسمية ومثل آليات حل النزاعات البديلة التي يتوسط فيها قادة المجتمع. ويعد مقدم العدالة على مستوى القاعدة الشعبية أكثر سهولة في الوصول إليهم جغرافيا وأقل تكلفة اقتصادية خاصة للفئات الضعيفة والمهمشة. ومع ذلك فإن هذا التعدد القانوني أو نظام العدالة البيئي يطرح تحديات أمام العدالة الشاملة والعدالة حسب النوع الاجتماعي، إذ أن الأعراف الاجتماعية المحافظة تميز ضد الأشخاص من خلفيات عدم ترك أحد خلف الراكب مثل النساء والشباب والأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة والنازحين داخلياً. ومن الصعب على النساء أو الأقليات الأخرى العثور على نقطة وصول للخدمة في الهياكل المجتمعية التي يهيمن عليها الذكور، في حين تظل خدمات المساعدة القانونية الرسمية باهظة الثمن. لذا تفتقر غالبية النساء في اليمن إلى إمكانية الوصول إلى العدالة بسبب التحديات المزدوجة: عدالة غير رسمية غير خاضعة للمساءلة، وعدالة رسمية يصعب الوصول إليها لثمنها وتكلفتها الباهظة. استجابة لذلك أقامت وزارة العدل في اليمن شراكة مع برنامج الأمم المتحدة الإنمائي بدعم سخي من مملكة هولندا وجمهورية كوريا، وقد أثبت النهج المتمحور حول الناس في بناء المؤسسات الذي يتبناه البرنامج فعاليته الكبيرة، حيث بدأ من القاعدة وتدرج نحو القمة بناء على احتياجات الناس في مجال العدالة. وبدلاً من التركيز على الهياكل، ركزت الوزارة على مقدمي العدالة وطالبيها، فأنشأت لجنة مشتركة تضم وزارة الداخلية ووزارة الشؤون الاجتماعية ووزارة التخطيط والتعاون الدولي والسلطات المحلية، بما في ذلك الشرطة والمحاكم والنيابة والسجون، إضافة إلى منظمات المجتمع المدني مثل العاملين في الحماية الاجتماعية ومراكز إيواء النساء والمدافعين عن حقوق الإنسان. وقادة المجتمع هذه المنصة المتكاملة متعددة الأطراف مكنت من تقديم حلول شاملة لاحتياجات الناس في مجال العدالة من خلال كسر العزلة وبناء جسور التعاون بين الجهات الفاعلة المختلفة، بدءا من المنصات المجتمعية حيث يكون الاتصال الأول لطالب العدالة. وقد ساعد مفهوم التمكين القانوني في دعم هذه الشراكة الواسعة المتمحورة حول الناس، بدلا من المفهوم الضيق للمساعدة القانونية المحصورة في مهنيو القانون. الأنشطة والإنجازات: بناء على ذلك بدأ المشروع المدعوم من برنامج الأمم المتحدة الإنمائي بتحسين شمولية المنصات المجتمعية المعروفة باسم اللجان المجتمعية في اليمن. وبالتعاون مع السلطات المحلية نجح المشروع في إقرار حصص شمولية تراعي النوع الاجتماعي تشمل النساء 30% والشباب 20% والأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة 5% والنازحين داخليا 1%. هذا التمثيل الأكبر للفئات المهمشة أدى إلى اختيار قيادات نسائية مجتمعية كوسطاء ومساعدين قانونيين تعاونوا مع محاميات نساء تحت إشراف اللجنة المشتركة. واليوم لدى اليمن 160 عاملا في مجال العدالة المجتمعية، 55% منهم نساء، موزعين ضمن مراكز الشرطة والمحاكم المحلية، مما يوفر نقطة وصل فعالة ومتناسقة بين آليات العدالة الرسمية وغير الرسمية. كما صادقت اللجنة المشتركة على إجراءات تشغيل معيارية تحدد أدوار العاملين في العدالة المجتمعية وشراكتهم مع جميع الجهات الأخرى في النظام البيئي للعدالة. والآن تستقبل المساعدات القانونيات النساء قضايا من أفراد المجتمع أيضاً من مراكز الشرطة والمحاكم والسجون، مما يسهم في تخفيف عبء العمل عن مؤسسات سيادة القانون الرسمي. بناء على احتياجات العدالة القائمة على النوع الاجتماعي، قدم برنامج الأمم المتحدة الإنمائي دعماً لبناء قدرات النساء العاملات في سيادة القانون ومقدمي خدمات الحماية للنساء مثل مراكز الإيواء التي يديرها الاتحاد نساء اليمن، كما شمل الدعم تأهيل وبناء بنى تحتية لسيادة القانون مثل مجمع قضائي ومركز شرطة نسائي في منطقة المنصورة بمحافظة عدن. وبالاستفادة من مسارات الإحالة المتكاملة، قامت الوسيطات والمساعدات القانونيات بمعالجة أكثر من 1300 قضية عدالة مجتمعية في عام 2024. شملت النجاحات الإفراج عن 130 محتجزاً على ذمة التحقيق في مراكز الشرطة لم تتح لهم الإجراءات القانونية حتى في قضايا مدنية بسيطة. كما قدمت العاملات في العدالة بالتعاون مع العاملات الاجتماعيات دعما قانونيا واقتصاديا للنساء المفرج عنهن واللاتي تعرضن للرفض الأسري بسبب وصمة السجن. كما أقدر التنسيق السلس بين برنامج الأمم المتحدة الإنمائي والوكالات المتخصصة الأخرى التابعة للأمم المتحدة مثل اليونيسيف وصندوق الأمم المتحدة للسكان، حيث وحدت جهودها لتحسين العدالة الشاملة والعدالة بين الجنسين للفئات الضعيفة. الدروس المستفادة والالتزامات: تقدم التجربة اليمنية بعض الدروس الأساسية. أولاً، النهج المتمحور حول الناس الذي يتبناه برنامج الأمم المتحدة الإنمائي لبناء المؤسسات بما يشمل العدالة العرفية وغير الرسمية يمكن أن يحقق نتائج عدالة متمركزة حول الناس حتى في ظل الهشاشة والنزاع. اثنين، أن تنسيق الخدمات وإدماجها عبر الشركاء الرسميين وغير الرسميين في قطاعي العدالة وغير العدالة أمر أساسي لتحقيق نتائج تتجاوز العزلة الرسمية المؤسسية. يمكن للمنصات المجتمعية الشاملة أن تسهل تقديم خدمات العدالة بين الجنسين، مما يجعل العدالة غير الرسمية أكثر خضوعا للمساءلة والعدالة الرسمية أكثر وصولا للفئات الضعيفة. رابعا، يمكن لنهج بناء المؤسسات المتمحور حول الناس أن يعزز شراكة قائمة على المساءلة المتبادلة بين المجتمع والسلطات، مما يؤدي إلى عقد اجتماعي أقوى. ويمكن إنتاج أدلة قائمة على النتائج من خلال أنشطة تركز على المشكلات تتجاوز مجرد بناء القدرات، حيث يعمل العاملون في العدالة المجتمعية مع طالبي العدالة على ابتكار حلول مشتركة. سادساً، في سياق الهشاشة والنزاع يمكن لنهج برنامج الأمم المتحدة الإنمائي المتمركز حول الناس أن يعزز الأمن الإنساني والتماسك الاجتماعي والسلام المستدام بالتكامل مع الشركاء الإنسانيين والسلميين. ونظراً للمستقبل أود أن أؤكد التزامي بتعزيز المسارات المتنوعة نحو العدالة والمتمحورة حول الناس، بالاعتماد على التقدم الذي حققناه حتى الآن مع برنامج الأمم المتحدة الإنمائي وشركاء آخرين في اليمن. أولاً، أود أن ألفت انتباهكم أن الحاجة العاجلة لمعالجة حق السكن الأساسي للفقراء والنازحين الذين يتعرضون باستمرار لخطر الإخلاء القسري أو الاحتجاز الجنائي بسبب ديون مدنية مثل متأخرات الإيجار. علاوة على ذلك، لا تزال النساء يتعرضن للتمييز في نزاعات الملكية. ثانياً، آمل في تبني نهج مبني على المناطق ومتعدد القطاعات والحقائب في بناء السلام والتنمية، مع اعتماد النهج المتمحور حول الناس كأداة تمكينية شاملة يمكن للعاملات في مجال العدالة تقديم قناة متكاملة لحل النزاعات المدنية مثل القضايا الاقتصادية، سبل العيش، الوظائف والبيئية، المياه والأراضي. ثالثاً، وعلى نطاق أوسع، فإن الأزمات تعد فرصة لمعالجة الهشاشة البنيوية، ليس فقط من أجل التعافي بل الإصلاح نحو نتائج مستدامة. بعد عقد من المساعدات الإنسانية تحتاج اليمن إلى دعم مالي وتقني يركز على التنمية من شركاء استراتيجيين، وأنا أثق أن التقدم المتمركز حول الناس في اليمن والذي أظهر واجهة فعالة وتكاملية بين العدالة الرسمية وغير الرسمية يمكن أن يكون نموذجاً جيداً لمزيد من الاستثمارات. هذا هو ختام كلمتي. شكراً جزيلاً لكم على حسن استماعكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Thank you to Judge Ba'abad for highlighting the vital role that female community paralegals have played in Yemen, and for reiterating your call to action to really increasing support for this work, which is, really tangible results there. 1,300 cases, 55% of the 160 paralegals embedded are women, and you're seeing the police engaging with that. That's wonderful, wonderful to hear about. I am going to remind everyone that this is not the UN and I don't have the mics that automatically turn off, but maybe pretend like I do and really try and keep remarks in time so that we can all get lunch. I'm now going to turn to Edaso Rodriga Bayala and the statement that we're going to hear from them.
Chers partenaires, je suis honoré de m'adresser à vous aujourd'hui en tant que ministre de la Justice et des Droits humains chargé des relations avec les institutions pour parler d'un sujet qui est au cœur de la politique du gouvernement du Burkina Faso dans le secteur de la justice, à savoir l'accès à une justice équitable, efficace pour chaque Burkinabé où qu'il se trouve. Ce sujet est d'actualité au regard des défis majeurs auxquels le secteur de la justice est confronté dans un contexte de lutte contre le terrorisme. En effet, nous faisons face à des défis complexes qui impactent directement la vie de nos populations. Le système de justice formel, malgré ses efforts, rencontre des limites en termes de ressources, d'accessibilité, de célérité et d'adaptabilité, notamment dans les zones rurales et pour les communautés les plus vulnérables. Cette situation crée un écart entre les besoins de justice de nos concitoyens et les mécanismes disponibles. Les données de nos études confirment la grande majorité des Burkinabés ont recours à des mécanismes de justice coutumières et traditionnels, ainsi qu'aux institutions de justice formelles. Cette donne représente un appel de nos concitoyens pour des mécanismes de justice plus proches de nos réalités socioculturelles et qui préservent la cohésion sociale tant recherchée par l'ensemble des Burkinabés. Mesdames et messieurs, chers participants et participantes, le gouvernement, conscient de la pleine mesure de ces défis, a fait preuve d'une volonté politique claire afin de les relever. Une approche diversifiée qui embrasse l'ensemble de l'écosystème de la justice formelle et informelle s'imposait. C'est en cet esprit que des réformes majeures ont été entreprises pour reconnaître officiellement et intégrer les mécanismes traditionnels de règlement des différends dans notre constitution et dans notre système judiciaire. Cette réforme de la justice traduit la volonté des plus hautes autorités de refonder l'État et d'améliorer la gouvernance, gage d'une société de paix durable. Cette approche n'est pas nouvelle, aussi pour nos sociétés, car depuis longtemps, les chefs traditionnels, les leaders religieux, les sages, les médiateurs communautaires jouent un rôle essentiel dans la résolution des conflits. La préservation de la cohésion sociale et la promotion de la réconciliation, leur légitimité et leur ancrage local sont des atouts inestimables. La révision en cours de notre code pénal et l'adoption de la loi constitutionnelle du 30 décembre 2023 portant révision de la Constitution sont des preuves tangibles de cette volonté politique. Un processus de concertation inclusif entamé en 2024 a permis de dégager des recommandations précieuses en matière d'organisation du pluralisme juridique. Cette réforme permettra la reconnaissance et l'intégration formelle des mécanismes traditionnels et coutumiers dans notre système de justice avant la fin de l'année 2025 par la mise en place effective d'instances traditionnelles de règlement des différends. Mesdames et messieurs, chers participants, le Burkina Faso est résolument tourné vers l'avenir et nos priorités sont claires. Il s'agit de rendre accessible la justice au plus grand nombre de Burkinabés et de l'adopter à nos réalités socioculturelles. C'est pourquoi je fonde l'espoir que la rencontre qui nous unit aujourd'hui nous permettra d'identifier les outils pratiques à même d'accompagner la mise en place des instances traditionnelles de règlement des différends, de veiller à ce que l'intégration de la justice traditionnelle se fasse en conformité avec les normes internationales en matière des droits de l'homme, tout en respectant notre riche diversité culturelle. De réfléchir sur la mise en place d'un mécanisme de suivi régulier de l'impact de cette réforme sur les justiciables dans une logique d'apprentissage continu. Cela nous permettra d'ajuster nos actions pour garantir une justice plus équitable. Je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention.
Okay, sorry, that they are not actually on the list. So everyone's details are going to be available on the website. So once again, that was Edaso Rodriguez Bayaya. We are now turning to Judge Elisa Samuel Borakam from the High Court Judge and Director General for the Center of Judicial and Legal Training in Mozambique.
Senhoras e senhores, é com honra e profundo sentido de missão que me dirijo a este Fórum Mundial da Justiça em representação do Centro de Formação Jurídica e Judiciária de Moçambique. Estamos todos reunidos aqui porque partilhamos uma inquietação comum. Os sistemas de justiça em todo o mundo enfrentam hoje uma crise de confiança e de relevância. Para muitos cidadãos, a justiça continua a ser um privilégio distante. É percebida como morosa, elitista, excessivamente formal e, sobretudo, incapaz de responder às necessidades reais das pessoas. Em Moçambique, esta realidade manifesta-se de forma aguda. Vivemos os efeitos combinados da pobreza, da exclusão histórica e da violência. O terrorismo em Cabo Delgado, por exemplo, tem forçado milhares a deslocações internas, expondo sobretudo mulheres e crianças a múltiplas vulnerabilidades e afastando-as ainda mais dos mecanismos formais de proteção. Mas é precisamente neste contexto de adversidades que reafirmamos a nossa determinação transformar a justiça num verdadeiro instrumento de dignidade, de reparação e de esperança. No Centro de Formação Jurídica e Judiciária, estamos a reimaginar a formação judiciária. Não basta conhecer a letra da lei, é preciso compreender o território, as culturas jurídicas locais e o sofrimento concreto das vítimas que batem às nossas portas dos nossos tribunais e das nossas procuradorias e outros órgãos da administração da justiça. Adotamos metodologias participativas, introduzimos direitos humanos, gênero e mediação comunitária nos nossos currículos e promovemos, sobretudo, o diálogo entre a justiça formal e os tribunais comunitários. Através de pesquisas etnográficas e de escuta ativa, estamos a construir pontes entre o saber jurídico e os saberes do povo. Estamos a investir onde o silêncio é mais profundo, nas zonas esquecidas, nas comunidades afetadas por conflitos armados, nos jovens privados de liberdade, nas mulheres que denunciam o ciclo de violência que vêm sofrendo. E tudo isso é apenas o começo. Moçambique está comprometido com um sistema e um modelo de justiça que seja mais próximo, inclusivo e restaurativo. Nesse sentido, o nosso roteiro inclui a expansão da justiça móvel através dos tribunais móveis e justiça itinerante, o reforço da assistência jurídica gratuita e do apoio judiciário, o fortalecimento da proteção às vítimas, a introdução de ferramentas de escuta cidadã na gestão da justiça e o aprofundamento das parcerias com a sociedade civil, com a academia e com as redes de apoio a nível internacional. Não temos todas as respostas, mas temos a coragem de fazer as perguntas certas. Como tornar a justiça moçambicana mais humana? Como garantir que ninguém fica para trás? Como escutar com empatia e agir com integridade? A nossa resposta é clara. Uma justiça centrada nas pessoas é uma justiça que transforma, que escuta, que repara, que constrói o futuro. E é com este espírito de compromisso, humildade e esperança que Moçambique se junta aos esforços globais por uma justiça mais próxima e mais justa. Meu nome é Elisa Samuel Burecampos, sou juíza de Direito e sou a diretora-geral do Centro de Formação Jurídica e Judiciária de Moçambique, uma instituição vocacionada para a formação, capacitação e qualificação de todos os operadores de justiça, nomeadamente de juízes, procuradores, defensores públicos, conservadores e notários, juízes dos tribunais comunitários e todos que operam no sistema da administração da justiça. Muito obrigada.
Thank you to Judge Boerkamp, and I really loved her call to turn justice into a tool of hope, and to hear very practically how they're going to do that through the expansion of mobile courts and legal aid and investing in civil society. So that's wonderful to hear. Our next speaker, I would just like to double check, Ms. Sonka Daika Dia. Where is she? We got her? Okay, great. Sorry, I hadn't seen you check in, so we were just double checking. She's the director of the Dakar Hub of Natural Justice. Please join me in welcoming her to the podium.
Merci beaucoup. I just try to keep it very brief, and I just focus on the commitment and really some local example we get from Senegal. Let me just do it in French. It's going to be very easy for me. Je ne vais pas revenir sur les enjeux ou les challenges, les défis auxquels nous faisons face. Mais je voudrais juste partager quelques expériences que nous trouvons très importantes dans un contexte de changement climatique, de perte de biodiversité, d'engagements internationaux sur le 30-30, etc., etc. Et dans ce contexte-là, nous, Natural Justice, nous travaillons beaucoup avec les APAC, les aires du patrimoine communautaire autochtone, qui sont des espaces gérés, gouvernés par des communautés locales et qui contribuent aujourd'hui au niveau national comme au niveau international dans l'atteinte des objectifs de la préservation et de la protection de la biodiversité. Mais si ça vient aux APAC, il faudra juste retenir que pour qu'on puisse reconnaître une APAC, il faut au moins 3 éléments. Le premier élément est le lien étroit qui unit les communautés par rapport à cette communauté, par rapport au territoire. Le deuxième aspect est relatif au fait que les règles de gouvernance sont établies, développées et mises en œuvre par ces communautés. Et en dernier, qu'il y existe un impact positif entre les règles, la gestion de la communauté sur l'environnement, la biodiversité, mais également sur les moyens de subsistance de ces communautés. L'autre exemple que je pourrais partager nous vient de Madagascar, où plus de 1500 organisations communautaires aujourd'hui arrivent en collaboration avec l'État à gérer des espaces de ressources naturelles qui font aujourd'hui à peu près 4 millions d'hectares au niveau de Madagascar. Et on se rend compte que dans les espaces de biodiversité, 80% des espaces qui sont gérés de manière traditionnelle ont un état meilleur en termes de biodiversité. Et dernièrement, un concept qui se développe et pour lequel nous poussons beaucoup et nous travaillons beaucoup, c'est les aires les aires marines protégées communautaires. Avant, c'était des aires marines qui étaient gérées exclusivement par les États. Aujourd'hui, nous arrivons avec les communautés, les États et les gouvernements à inclure les communautés et à développer ce concept qui met au centre le rôle des communautés avec un conservateur, un comité de gestion qui est coordonné essentiellement par les communautés. Et en tant que Natural Justice et organisation basée sur le droit de l'environnement, les droits humains, nous continuons à travailler à pousser cette approche-là à travers des axes stratégiques. L'un de nos axes stratégiques qui est important aujourd'hui, c'est le plaidoyer que nous faisons pour l'adoption et la mise en œuvre de lois qui tiennent compte des réalités et des besoins des communautés. Et ça nous a permis d'influencer la loi sur la biodiversité, la reconnaissance des APAC dans la législation nationale au Sénégal, mais le code de l'environnement, la loi climatique, etc., etc. Nous travaillons aussi à renforcer les capacités parce que nous disons que ce que vous pouvez faire pour les communautés, elles-mêmes peuvent le faire. Et c'est ainsi que l'autonomisation juridique, le legal empowerment est au cœur de toutes nos interventions. C'est de donner aux populations le pouvoir de comprendre, d'appliquer, mais également de faire un appel pour des révisions qui tiennent compte de leurs besoins et de leurs réalités. Enfin, en tant qu'organisation, bien sûr, de droit et de juristes, nous allons devant les cours avec les communautés, sur mandat des communautés. Nous faisons beaucoup de contentieux, que ce soit sur le foncier, que ce soit sur les projets pétrogaziers, mais nous mettons en avant les communautés. Et à travers ce contentieux, nous avons aussi le contentieux stratégique qui nous permet de renforcer les capacités des communautés sur la base des cas qui sont devant les juridictions. Et lastly, et ce qui est très important, c'est les initiatives que nous avons mises en place au niveau africain, dont le plus important dans ce contexte reste l'initiative africaine des défenseurs environnementaux, qui est une initiative qui nous permet aujourd'hui de mettre en place un fonds d'urgence pour prendre en charge les défenseurs qui sont menacés, qui sont arrêtés, et pour les relocaliser, recruter des avocats pour eux, etc. etc. Et la dernière initiative, c'est le LK, le Environment Lawyers Collective for Africa, qui nous permet de mettre en commun les chercheurs, les universitaires, les magistrats, les avocats, mais également les juristes des organisations de la société civile que nous sommes, pour se supporter à travers l'Afrique. Je vous remercie. J'espère que je n'ai pas été overtime.
Thank you so much for sharing that incredibly important work that you're doing, not only to support biodiversity across countries, but also to keep safe the people who are doing this work. And I don't want us in the room to forget that people's lives are threatened every day standing up for the environment. So thank you very much for your commitment to continuing that work. We're now going to turn to Ms. Milena Harizonova, the Chief of Child Protection from UNICEF's Refugee Response Office in Poland. Oh, do you want to go up to the podium, or do you want a mic?
No, we can sit there. It's okay, if you prefer.
That's great. We're keeping it informal, and I like it.
Just keeps the process moving.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to meet all of you. Our office is one of the, I think, very few among the participants who is actually present in Poland, so I feel almost like a host. And I hope that the weather will get a bit better. We'll finally get summer, and you would be able to enjoy everything Warsaw has to offer. And with this, I will move to our intervention, which is about how we can leverage customary and informal justice to advance access to justice for children. And this is based on the, I believe you've seen this, on the technical note that we have. You can all access it through the QR code and the flyer that we left on the table. I think I can skip the part where we talk about the value of customary and informal justice, as we've heard this many times from almost every speaker. And I will focus on why it matters for children and how we think and what we think needs to be done in order to really leverage the potential. I think when it comes to value of customary and informal justice, one particular area where we see real potential, this is for children in conflict with the law and the application of restorative justice procedures, where customary and informal justice can offer quick resolutions that are based in communities that are easy to access and are culturally sensitive. And despite the value that I think everyone sees, over the past decades, legal reforms have focused primarily on formal justice systems, with informal justice systems being largely excluded from analysis, examination, and reform strategies. And notably, also often excluded from data collection and resource allocation from governments and international development assistance. So how can we ensure that customary and informal justice serves children effectively? I think one thing that we need to do before we talk about action is to recognize the limits and actually the aspects of customary and informal justice which can be harmful for children. Because in many situations, customary systems do not recognize children as full legal actors, despite the fact that children represent, I think, between 20 and 40% of population in some countries. Many are patriarchal, silencing children, especially girls, due to social norms in some societies prioritizing family or community over individual rights. Adults often speak on children's behalf without consulting or understanding their perspectives. In doing so, the system fails to treat children as independent right holders, risking decisions that do not reflect their best interest. And at the same time, some systems endorse harmful practices like early marriage, FGM, mediation in sexual abuse cases violating the rights of children. So these are among the challenges that demand reform to ensure that customary and informal justice systems deliver child-centered justice. So what are some of the things that we believe should be done in order to address those challenges? Number one is empower children. Children must be active participants in customary and informal justice proceedings, not silent bystanders. This requires, among other things, training customary and informal justice providers, building their capacity not only on international standards, particularly child rights, but also on child development and how to talk and empower children to know and claim their rights. One example is Papua New Guinea, where UNICEF trained village court officials on child rights, integrating them into child protection network with referral systems for complex cases. We also think that the collaboration between the formal and the customary and informal justice systems need to be strengthened, and they should work together, not in isolation. One good example is that of Mexico, where the two systems work in a hybrid approach under the supervision and oversight of the formal legal system. We think that this model can serve as a valuable reference for establishing a stronger collaboration between formal and informal justice systems. Number three, invest in systematic and sustainable capacity building and resources. Building the capacity of customary justice providers should be continuing and systematic and not one-off, especially since ingrained beliefs take time to change. Champions of child-centered customary and informal justice and the system itself must be supported with human and financial resources. Sustainable capacity building and resources must also be provided to ensure that the system is more inclusive, especially for marginalized children, such as those with disabilities or from ethnic minorities. And last but not least, address harmful practices. Customary and informal justice systems must reject practices like child marriage or practices that re-victimize children. Community dialogues and long-term social change behavior strategies, finding champions among religious and customary beliefs, can challenge harmful norms while preserving cultural values. In conclusion, we see that customary and informal justice systems are not a replacement for formal justice, but a complementary pathway to deliver justice for children. By prioritizing the rights of children and leveraging existing customary and informal justice mechanisms, we can work towards a more equitable society where every child has access to justice and remedies that are closer to their communities, speedy and inexpensive, while respecting their rights and agency. Thank you very much.
Thank you for reminding us of the vital role that children are as actors in our justice system. And again, the UNICEF's new technical guidelines can be found. So please do look those up and utilize them in your work. We are now going to turn to Mr. Gentil Kasongo, the program manager for the DRC for Impunity Watch.
Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour. Ma déclaration est intitulée Les voies locales et la justice transitionnelle en République démocratique du Congo. Les leçons tirées des recherches et des expériences communautaires. La République démocratique du Congo est marquée par plusieurs décennies de conflits violents. L'absence des processus de justice transitionnelle efficaces en RDC a entraîné un manque criant de responsabilités, laissant des milliers de victimes et les communautés affectées sans véritable réparation. Il en résulte une impunité généralisée, une méfiance entre les communautés et des traumatismes historiques non résolus. Sur le plan sociopolitique, l'on observe la faiblesse de l'état de droit, les flambées de conflits violents et la persistance des violations des droits humains. Dans ce contexte, les initiatives communautaires et informelles de justice transitionnelle, telles qu'observées dans le pays, sont indispensables pour garantir les voies d'accès à la justice centrées sur les personnes et favoriser la cohésion sociale. Leur proximité culturelle et physique avec les communautés affectées leur permet de s'attaquer efficacement à bon nombre de causes profondes des violences et des injustices. En effet, les initiatives informelles de justice transitionnelle devraient être complémentaires aux initiatives formelles, compte tenu des limites et des insuffisances des unes et des autres. L'expérience du terrain en RDC montre que les modes traditionnels et les approches locales de justice transitionnelle ont le potentiel de contribuer plus à la promotion de la cohésion sociale et la cohabitation pacifique entre les communautés, mais un peu moins à la lutte contre l'impunité telle qu'envisagée dans le cadre de la justice pénale classique, surtout lorsqu'il s'agit de crimes graves. D'où la nécessité d'assurer la complémentarité entre les approches formelles et informelles. Parlant de l'importance des initiatives locales de justice transitionnelle, une femme participante à une recherche menée par Impunity Watch en 2017 sur le sujet dans la province du Sud Kivu avait déclaré lors d'une discussion en groupe ce qui suit, et je cite, « Les initiatives locales sont plus visibles dans la communauté et peuvent être plus durables car les populations locales proposent elles-mêmes des solutions. » Plus de détails sur les résultats de cette recherche se trouvent dans un rapport de 2018 intitulé « Initiatives locales et attentes des populations, la justice transitionnelle au Sud Kivu en République démocratique du Congo ». Et dans une autre recherche que nous avons menée en 2021 sur la participation des victimes au processus informel de justice transitionnelle en RDC, un leader communautaire dans la province du Nord Kivu avait déclaré dans une interview ce qui suit, et je cite, « Parmi les avantages des approches informelles de justice transitionnelle pour les communautés affectées par les conflits et la violence, il y a l'utilisation des langues locales et à la proximité géographique, la pertinence culturelle, c'est-à-dire l'utilisation et l'application des proverbes locaux, et le moindre coût. » Plus de détails sur les résultats de cette recherche se trouvent dans un rapport de 2022 intitulé « Participation des victimes et survivants et survivantes au processus informel de justice transitionnelle en République démocratique du Congo ». En vue de capitaliser sur ces avantages, Impunity Watch a collaboré avec les organisations de la société civile et des groupes de victimes en RDC pour appuyer un certain nombre d'initiatives locales et communautaires de justice transitionnelle dans les provinces du Nord Kivu et du Sud Kivu, notamment la construction des monuments dans le cadre du travail de mémoire et la mise en place des services de guérison des traumatismes et de soutien psychosocial. Ces initiatives ont été conçues et mise en œuvre par les communautés affectées elles-mêmes à travers et à l'issue d'un processus de dialogue communautaire et intergénérationnel organisé en 2023 et 2024. En RDC et dans d'autres contextes où nous travaillons, Impunity Watch continue d'appuyer les initiatives informelles de justice transitionnelle qui offrent la possibilité de rendre la justice plus inclusive et localement ancrée en s'attaquant à de nombreuses causes de violence. Tout en plaidant pour des mécanismes et processus nationaux et régionaux efficaces, nous continuons à promouvoir les mécanismes et processus informels de justice transitionnelle que nous estimons être mieux placés pour aborder les griefs historiques, pour encourager la compréhension mutuelle, pour traiter les traumatismes intergénérationnels et pour promouvoir des récits multiples sur le passé. Nous continuons à plaider également pour la prise en compte des aspirations des victimes et des communautés affectées et leur participation significative dans les processus d'élaboration et de mise en œuvre d'une politique nationale holistique de justice transitionnelle en RDC. Pour finir, en outre, Impunity Watch continue de plaider pour l'accroissement du soutien politique et financier aux mécanismes informels de justice transitionnelle et la reconnaissance de leur importance dans les processus et accords de paix. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Thank you so much for sharing the vital work that Impunity Watch is doing on transitional justice. And for those who haven't seen the news, there is a new peace agreement tentatively in the DRC today. So that work is going to prove even more vital in the coming period ahead. Hopefully, there's a new era of peace heading. Okay, everyone's still good. Everyone's still here. We've got our next speaker. And you're having your other colleagues join you, or no? No. Okay, that's the next session. Okay, so we have Dr. Margaret Kulejian, who's the Restorative Justice Community Court Coordinator at the Office of Chief Judge Circuit Court of Cook County. We welcome you.
Thank you so much. It's still before noon, so I'll say good morning. It is an honor to speak about a vision that is transforming how we think about justice, restorative justice. 77 million of people in the United States, 77 million of people in the United States have criminal records. This limits them from job market, housing, healthcare, education, and any success in life. We are using restorative justice in the court system to stop incarceration and expose people to resources like education, jobs, housing, and healthcare. Across the United States, we are seeing the urgent need to address harm in a way that is more humane, more healing, and more effective. Restorative Justice Community Courts in Cook County, the second largest court district in the world, gives us that opportunity. It shifts the focus from punishment to accountability, from isolation to connection, and from retribution to repair. In our courts, we now have the chance not only to try cases, but to transform lives. Through community-based courts, peace circles, and restorative practices, we can bring together victims, offenders, and community members to acknowledge harm, restore trust, and prevent future violence. These aren't just programs. They are possibilities for healing and for real justice. Our courts are dedicated for young adults. To describe our courts, people often use phrase, "It's a second chance court." For many of our participants coming to the Restorative Justice Court, it is really the first chance. The first chance to be heard, to be seen, and to address the basic needs of housing, healthcare, therapy, job readiness, and education. Earlier this month, at the beginning of June, Restorative Justice Community Courts received an Achievement Award from the National Association of the Counties. We are one of the best in the United States. So, to end up my presentation, I would like to do something that I was asked to do, to place the call to action. Let's use our courts not only as a place of judgment, but as a space of restoration and renewal. The opportunity is now, and together we can lead that change. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing the experience from Chicago and reminding us that restorative justice is a critical part of customary and informal justice. We're now going to turn to Dr. Monika Płatek, the head of the Department of Criminology, Faculty and Law and Administration at the University of Warsaw.
It's actually a great privilege to welcome all of you here in Poland, and I hope that you had already a possibility to see where you are. You are in a wonderful, peaceful, extremely actually prosperous country where you can walk freely in the night, not being afraid that anything happened to you. Well, actually, the weather is also good. We've got rain, we've got sun, we've got wind. Who can ask for more? Well, actually, we could ask for more. Poland is the country which is really facing a crisis of the rule of law. This is reflected, among the other things, in the fact that judges' positions are occupied, well, in over 3,000 cases by the people who are not exactly judges. And I think that this situation is not very prosperous. and it's not the only one that we are facing here in Poland. Probably in other countries, such crises are also present. And when you see this beautiful phrase, equal access to justice for all, well, it's a very beautiful phrase. And I'm genuinely honored to be here in the room with so many ministers of justice, directors, and other big names. I can't really remember when it happened to me last time. But if we would quit that room just for a second, if we would quit that luxury place and ask the people in the street, do they experience really the access to justice? Do they experience justice for all? And you would be probably surprised to hear a very different story. But you might be lucky enough to meet someone who was experienced a process of mediation, and that is exactly what I would like to introduce you to. This is something that was introduced in Poland thanks to women. It were women who were fighting for mediation to be introduced into criminal law and into criminal procedure. And without those women, we probably wouldn't have it until now in our criminal procedure and criminal law. Well, it started with juvenile justice as an experiment and then got into the criminal law and criminal procedures. And actually men were the one who wanted to eradicate it, to throw it out. It didn't work, thanks to women again. And if you ask people who were going through mediation, which is present at every stage of criminal procedure and that can be introduced by actually anyone, prosecutor, judge, the defendant, the victim, at any stage, you would see that those people who went through the process, and the process has a time, so it's not affected the time for the procedure in the court, these are the people who are really very satisfied with the judicial process. If you ask most of people if they are satisfied with judicial process, well, the answer will be no. There is a long line, it takes time, and many people are not really pleased with the result. So with what we have in the criminal procedure is probably a very good recipe for many of us, despite the fact that when I'm listening to your experience in the countries that has a different culture, different history, and different problems which are not easy to compare and easy to judge. This institution is really giving a chance. And I think that the fact that we started it in a criminal law and then it was proceeded to administration law, to civil law, to family law, it really makes a difference in the reality. How do I know that it makes the difference? Well, actually, the students who are writing the papers in law faculty and in criminology, they were asking people how satisfied they are. We've got a very beautiful Article 2 in our procedures. I had 2 minutes, now I can't read it, so I hope I still have this one at least minute. And you could see that those, I mean, in our procedure it is said that we do what we do in court. We start this heavy, horrible machine to satisfy the need of the victims. And it is oriented on satisfy the needs of a victim and with the people who went through the process. And the fact is, it's a beautiful institution used far too rarely than it should be, but those who went through the process are always satisfied because even if they do not get the positive result of a mediation, they go to the court and they listen to the judge without prejudice, accepting that it should be someone else if they cannot find a solution. So this is probably something that is actually an institution that is combining the two things. Because on the one hand, when I was thinking about what you were saying, it is true that customary system is a very, very interesting one. I'm trying not to say perfect because it helps to solve the problem, but I was thinking about Italy. It was customary law that led to mafia type of organization. So therefore the mediation that combines the two, It combines the customary law, it combines the voice given to the people who are interested in solving the problem, but at the same time it is controlled by the court, so it's avoiding the abuse. It's an institution that probably we can share with you as a Polish result of finding something good in the crisis that we are facing. Thank you.
Thank you for that intervention, and it's been very interesting to hear how mediation has worked, you know, earlier in Mexico and now here in Poland. It's definitely taking different models, but similar tools are working in different contexts, and that's the real magic of this work. And so now we're turning to Dr. Magdalena Tabaranaska, the head of the Department of Comparative Public Administration, Faculty of Law, Administration and Economics at the University of Wrocław.
Wrocław.
Oh, I got your name, but not the other Polish, sorry.
Don't be afraid. I'm afraid my speech will be administrative-centered. But believe me, administration and administrative law is like an air. We only think about this if it stinks or if it is visible. But administration and administrative law is full of conflict, and we have restorative justice in this field. But unfortunately, nobody believes me. Why? Because this is something like from other planet, but I have some evidence because I'm a co-author of the Polish regulations in Polish Administrative Code regulating mediation in administrative procedures. But in my opinion, the group of scientists and practitioners who wrote that provisions are a group of something like idealists. And, but 20 years of my work, this is another evidence that it can be work. So the next sentence will sound like cliché, but believe me, this is the truth. Why? Because restorative justice in the area of law operates in the relationship between the state and people. And this is really important sentence, in my opinion, as academic teacher, as a citizen of this country. And there are people who are citizens of this country and people who don't have status of citizens, and there are individual people and their group. Which group? For example, companies and, for example, communities. Therefore, restorative justice operates in instead-free procedures, civil law, administrative law, and criminal law. And in the area of public law, administrative law, restorative justice, it's the repair and sometimes even the establishment of equal relations between the state and the citizens. This applies to such philosophical, legal, and economical categories as compensation, sanctioning of the subjectivity of individual people, repentance, and maybe this is the most important, dignity of the people. Of course, mediation is one of the institutions of restorative justice, and in my opinion, it works, if it works, in some public offices. But in Wrocław, we have second example of restorative justice operated in our community, or in the field of administrative law. This is so-called Justice Center, which is a part of Wrocław Equal Center of something like that. And this institution cooperates with courts, with prosecutor officers, and with another people who are independent in the field of the life of the people who are who have some criminal problems. And the center employees and activists have created an original program of performing community service, and in this program, one of the most participatory elements is the removal of hate speech from the public space by perpetrators of various criminal offenses. And in my opinion, this is really symbolic. Thanks to this, these people will not go to the prison, but will work for the public utility space. And what is important in this sphere, in local conditions, restorative justice, being, for example, administrative mediation and unpaid work for the local community, is a chance for mutual respect of people and authorities. Authoritarianism is replaced by dialogue and empathy. This is realized in individual cases, the sum of which is the standard of participation in the state that can be trusted. And this is the state, my dream state. I would like to live in this state. So I hope maybe mediation and other form of restorative justice will develop in our country, and maybe not only in our country. So, in my opinion, in addition, local public administration is like a battlefield. It's a field in which it is possible to resolve not only one problem in one administrative proceedings. It is something like a field in which it's possible to create the standard of trust and the standard of safety. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I think I would also like to live in a world that prioritizes empathy. So let's focus on that as a collective. We have heard a lot. We are down to our final speaker in this very long session, and I thank you all for your attention and for all of the speakers who have been inspiring us. Our last statement is coming from Ms. Giselle Samvura from the Rule of Law Office, Justice and Corrections Standing Capacity at DPO, OROLSI, and JCS. Can I? And there you are. I was like, I found you and I've lost.
Thanks, Stacy. And it's not easy to be the last person to speak, especially around 12. So I'll try to do my best to be as short as possible. And I will speak in French. Pour les gens qui ne sont pas familiers avec les missions de paix des Nations Unies, alors de manière générale, ces missions se reçoivent en termes de mandat, l'accompagnement des États en termes de restauration de l'autorité de l'État et aussi pour assurer la protection des civils. Et dans ce cas, la justice, le domaine de la justice est un des domaines privilégiés à côté de toutes les initiatives de paix. Et c'est dans ce sens que la composante à laquelle je fais partie intervient ou accompagne les États. Alors, vu le temps très limité, je vais peut-être m'appesantir sur certaines leçons apprises, tirées des expériences dans certains pays, et je vais plus me focaliser sur l'expérience en République centrafricaine avec la MINUSCA. Et pour un exemple bien spécifique aussi, j'essaierai, si le temps le permet, d'aborder la mission au Soudan du Sud. Alors, comme vous le savez, en fait, les missions de paix ont quand même un avantage comparatif parce qu'elles apportent avec elles une grosse variété d'expertise technique, une capacité opérationnelle qui permet d'être présente dans la plupart, qui permet de couvrir tout le pays, une mission de bons offices auprès du gouvernement ou de manière générale auprès de la partie nationale, y compris de la société civile, ce qui permet en fait d'informer et d'accompagner les réformes. En Centrafrique, ce travail a permis en fait d'informer à travers les études qui ont été appuyées au niveau de la justice informelle, mais aussi en termes d'enquête des perceptions des populations sur la paix, la justice et la sécurité, de se rendre compte, comme cela est le cas dans d'autres pays, on l'a tous entendu depuis ce matin, que cette forme de justice est celle qui est la plus proche des populations et qui est la plus utilisée pour plusieurs raisons. Et dans ce sens, cette approche est reconnue dans la politique sectorielle de la justice, qui en fait reconnaît la coexistence de ces deux formes de justice, la justice informelle et la justice formelle ou étatique. Et dans la stratégie, en fait, la mission, comme toutes les autres agences des Nations Unies, accompagne les États dans leur politique. Et en fait, cette politique sectorielle prévoit des interventions à deux niveaux. Au niveau de renforcement des capacités des acteurs, mais aussi au niveau d'assurer la complémentarité entre les deux formes de justice. La MINUSCA a été la première et la seule organisation à jusque-là accompagner ou former les acteurs de justice informelle sur toute une grosse partie de l'étendue du pays. Ils sont très nombreux, ils sont à peu près 15 000 pour une population qui varie entre 5 et 6 millions d'habitants. Quand je dis 15 000, il s'agit des chefs des communautés de base. On ne compte pas les chefs religieux, on ne compte pas les chefs coutumiers. Donc là, ce sont les chefs de quartier, chefs de village. Maintenant, je vous laisse faire le calcul si on doit y ajouter tous ces autres chefs. Donc, ce renforcement de capacité a permis justement de se rendre compte qu'il y a beaucoup de limites. Il y a beaucoup de méconnaissance aussi de la part des chefs en termes d'assurance des respects des droits humains, on l'a dit tout à l'heure, en termes de mise en œuvre des principes d'équité, le droit à la parole des femmes et des groupes minoritaires. Mais ce qui est quand même positif, c'est qu'ils sont engagés, ils restent engagés, ils sont preneurs, ils veulent apprendre, ils veulent améliorer les services qu'ils rendent à la population. La MINUSCA a aussi appuyé en termes d'équipement, des kits minimum, en termes de registres, papier. C'est vraiment très basique, mais ça permet à ces chefs de faire leur travail, d'assurer aussi qu'ils font les PV de médiation, qui peuvent par la suite être entérinés au niveau de la justice. La loi leur consacre le pouvoir de médiation, mais aussi les considère comme des acteurs privilégiés, des collaborateurs privilégiés des acteurs de la justice formelle. Et donc, ils interviennent souvent comme renseignants dans les procès ou en termes d'enquête. Et je vais rapidement passer à l'expérience de mise en place des cadres de concertation entre les acteurs de la justice formelle et informelle. Ces cadres de concertation sont en général mis en place dans les chefs-lieux des préfectures ou des sous-préfectures et sont animés par les acteurs formels. En général, c'est le procureur de la République qui aussi est le chef des officiers de police judiciaire qui emmène tous les acteurs ensemble pour assurer une complémentarité en termes de réponse au niveau pénal. Et la mise en place de ces cadres a permis au moins de mettre en contact ces deux types d'acteurs qui ne se connaissaient pas, pourtant intervenant dans des petites localités, qui agissaient souvent de manière... au lieu d'agir de manière complémentaire, mais en termes de dualité. Et par exemple, pour être concrète, aujourd'hui, il y a plusieurs témoignages de chefs qui disent que quand ils ont des problèmes, ils appellent facilement les magistrats pour qu'ils reçoivent des orientations, par exemple, comment se tenir quand il y a un meurtre, comment ils peuvent faire pour faciliter le transfèrement. Et ça, ce sont des impacts très positifs. Alors, les défis, on a parlé tout à l'heure de financement. Ce n'est pas par choix que la mission, ce n'est pas parce que les autres partenaires ne veulent pas intervenir, mais il y a aussi ce défi-là en termes de financement. Mais la mission essaie de tourner cela, d'utiliser cela par rapport à son rôle de coordination des acteurs qui appuient le secteur de la justice en termes de plaidoyer. Et merci. En termes de plaidoyer, et par exemple, là, la MINUSCA, à travers son plaidoyer, est arrivée à emmener ensemble les partenaires. Et là, par exemple, il y a l'Union européenne qui va s'engager pour accompagner aussi. Et c'est un travail de dialogue et de mobilisation qui se poursuit. Je vais clôturer en disant que la complémentarité est la clé. La complémentarité au niveau des acteurs de justice informelle, la complémentarité entre les acteurs informels et formels, mais aussi la complémentarité au niveau des organisations et des acteurs qui accompagnent les États dans ce domaine de l'accès à la justice. Merci.
Thank you so much to Giselle. And 15,000 community leaders, not including religious leaders, that you are working with is no small feat. So thank you for sharing that example and for highlighting the vital role. I'm now seeing myself talk, which I don't want. We have heard a lot today. There's a lot of momentum here in this room, and there's a lot of momentum being watched online, and there's a lot of momentum not anything to do with this event, but that we want to capitalize on. And so while we've heard very concrete call to actions, very concrete commitments, this really is only the start. And there is a whole movement here which is looking to work together to advance these issues, both in terms of strengthening and harnessing the power of customary and informal justice, and in gaining the recognition and the financial recognition that it requires to move ahead. And so thank you to everyone who's been able to share this kind of array of commitments for practical action. So to wrap this all up, I am going to hand over for a final session to really highlight this call to action to Alejandro Pons. Where are you, Alejandro? Here he is. He just likes to make a comment. What a welcome. Everybody, the man who made us all get to Warsaw with his colleagues. Thank you.
So folks, for the closing session, if you're one of these speakers, feel free to come on up.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation to be here, and welcome to the closing session of a very rich discussion. So we're going to right now we're going to wrap up. To listen to some other interesting experiences from Kenya and Chile, and then our call to action. But before that, so we have 4 fantastic speakers, panelists that we're going to hear today from. So the first one we're going to hear from Martin Hope. You may have seen him, so he's going to speak through video. So he just is from BMZ, which is the German Development Agency. Then we're going to hear from Dr. Wambua Kituku, from Kenya. Then from Ms. Macarena Martinique, from Chile, and from Udo Ilo from HEAL. So to begin, we're going to start with a message from Mr. Martin Hope.
Distinguished panelists, esteemed colleagues, and honored guests, it is my distinct privilege to address you today on behalf of the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, the BMZ. I extend my heartfelt thanks to the working group, all the organizers, but also to all those present at day 5 of the World Justice Forum. That is a strong show of commitment, of true interest in discussing how we can strengthen customary and informal pathways to people-centered justice, not for nostalgia, but simply because we believe they can really deliver on the true needs of the people. The breadth and diversity of perspectives shared here today, ranging from justice ministers and senior judges to grassroots justice defenders and engaged scholars, show the extent of global mobilization around the issue and the need for a multidisciplinary and multidimensional approach. The first chapter of the German Constitution, we call it the Basic Law, is all about the fundamental rights of the individual. So it is from our Constitution that in German Development Cooperation, we put people at the center of our work. This is why, since its start in 2022, Germany has been an active member and supporter of the Justice Action Coalition. In research done jointly with IDLO, we have observed that in many cases, customary and informal justice systems, I'll call them CIJ systems, not only enhance people's access to justice, especially for women and marginalized groups, but also strengthen their broader decision-making power and sense of empowerment within their communities. While the cooperation with CIJ systems, alongside formal justice systems, institutions is a necessary and promising approach to closing the justice gap, it often demands a higher degree of risk tolerance than conventional justice sector reforms. Non-discrimination and human rights have to be a significant and critical component of engaging with CIJ systems, and systematic disregard for these rights would constitute a red line for the German development cooperation. Additionally, CIJ systems are often less considered in national budgets than the formal justice systems, which requires an even greater focus on sustainability and long-term commitment from the partner side. Ladies and gentlemen, German development cooperation tries to meet these challenges in its programs. Like, for example, in Zambia, where we use a strong human rights focus and peer-to-peer learning to support coordination, communication, and cooperation between governmental and non-governmental institutions through so-called legal aid desks, which are always implemented jointly by the State Legal Aid Office, a civil society partner organization, and a host institution such as the police. This approach has developed into a very successful model for cooperation. We also support the Gender Justice Platform by UNDP and UN Women, which assists various CIJ actors, including in Guatemala, where the Gender Justice Platform is supporting a new initiative to strengthen the capacities of both formal and indigenous justice systems at the local level to address cases of violence against women, using gender-responsive and culturally relevant approaches. At BMZ, we believe that CIJ systems play an important role in closing the global justice gap, and Germany will continue to champion this kind of engagement in the future as part of our commitment to strengthening people-centered justice and promoting access to justice for all. I thank you.
Thank you to Martin just for championing and within obviously BMZ, but also just broader within the TED network, customary and informal justice. So he has been a true champion, and we welcome just his remarks. So now we're going to give the floor to Dr. Wambua Kituku. So he represents the African Center of Excellence for Access to Justice and is the executive director Kituo Cha Shiria. He has more than 20 years of experience doing this work. And I would like to start the conversation Dr. Kituku, if you can share with us the role that Kitua Tashira do when providing support for the people who are looking for justice, and how do you support them?
Thank you very much. And also big thanks to the organizers for giving us this platform to share our experiences. Kituo cha Sheria is the oldest legal aid providing organization in Kenya. It was set up in 1973. So we basically provide legal assistance to indigent and vulnerable in society. We have 3 offices in Kenya, so we receive clients and provide that assistance. We also work towards eradicating barriers to justice through public interest litigation. But we also advocate for change of laws, engaging with judiciary, with parliament, and with the executive at all levels. And we conduct research also. So we have been working also at the community level through paralegals and justice workers who are found in community justice centers, because we realize that we are not able in our centralized offices to provide this kind of assistance. So we have embarked on empowering those actors at the community level to engage with communities and provide that assistance at the community level. So what is our intersection with the CIJ in Kenya? As you may know, Kenya in the year 2020 adopted a policy that now provides formal recognition to alternative justice systems. And Kituo was part of the process that led to the adoption of that policy. We participated in collection of views and in the writing of the policy. And in the post-20 period, the judiciary has been embarking on cascading the policy to the local level. And how it's done that, the judiciary set up a committee to oversee the process of cascading. So in every subnational unit, there is a high court station. So in that high court station, there are court users committees that bring together all actors in the administration of justice and also civil society. So each court session will be required to come up with a county action plan for implementation of the policy. So again, Kituo and its partners and paralegals also participate in the development of those local level action plans. And that's how this policy will be implemented. So yeah, in a nutshell, that's how Kituo is engaged in all this.
Wow, super interesting and an interesting experience, certainly to learn from. So I'm going to give the floor now to Ms. Macarena Martinique, who is from Chile. I mean, she has been doing a lot of work just on legal empowerment, if I remember correctly, and she is the coordinator of empowerment and public participation at FEMA. So Macarena, I mean, just you're coming from a different context. I mean, Latin America, in Chile, with just, I mean, we know diverse society. So if you can talk a little bit about some of your work in a context like Chile, that and particularly the role just of integrating legal empowerment and customary and informal justice.
Thank you for the invitation. I'm going to talk about like a specific story or work that we have in FEMA, but this is something that legal empowerment, we are trying as an organization and also as a member of the Grassroots Justice Network to bring to different spaces that we are working in. So I'm talking about like specifically the Cahuéscar communities in Chile. Cahuéscars are a canoe and coastal indigenous community in Chile. When a Cahuéscar dies, his soul doesn't go to the sky, it goes to the sea. That is how closely linked their cosmovision is to the sea. And that is like something common that also happens with a lot of indigenous communities in Latin America. Their way of seeing life is very closely related to the territory. However, Cahuéscars and many indigenous communities in Latin America have been forced not to live in their place, in their ancestral place. They are not able to speak their language. That was prohibited in some moment, but now their language is being fading away. They're facing structural injustice, and their places where they live are being threatened by extractive companies and other kind of activities or invisibilities coming from structural discrimination. So here we're facing colonization, structural discriminations, and regarding like the structural scenery, but also as an organization that has been supporting them, we are also facing attacks, legal suits against our work, stigmatization about the work of civil society, and also environmental defenders. So the context is really like, the public space is really shrinking in Chile, but also in other countries in Latin America. So we've been working with Cahuéscar communities for almost 10 years. We are using mainly legal empowerment, like a process that is aiming to bring legal tools, and Cahuéscar communities are able to know them, to use them, and ultimately to transform it to their necessities. Legal empowerment is not legal aid. That's something very important to understand. We just don't file cases, and Cahuéscar communities are not our clients. And that in Latin America and in the environmental field, for those that have been following the environmental access to justice field in Latin America, is very important, because we know that the best legal suits, the best legal decisions are lacking of implementations probably in every country, in every scale. So their legal empowerment, not as legal aid, but rather like a constant accompaniment process with communities towards like a grounded construction of justice, is becoming more important than ever. And if we add to that the context that we are experiencing in Chile, that is also common to other countries, where the public space is shrinking, we didn't knew that for this moment, legal empowerment would have been the most preventive tool. So in moments where organizations like us are being like stigmatized, and we're seen as holding back investments and anti-development, being the communities able to defend by their own words, their own actions, their tools, the legal tools, and them knowing which are the pathways, which are the actions, is more important than ever. Well, as for communities, since we started the work, nowadays they are organizing, not only with Cahuéscar, but also with other communities, spaces to make public observations to extractive projects. They are also organizing broader collective organizations. Cahuéscar experience is not only now being propositive to the region, but also is being an example for other organizations and other communities that are facing the same challenges. So it's very powerful. And things that we have learned. First of all, our work is not legal aid, and if our work would have been just presenting cases, we wouldn't be here, especially in the context that I mentioned. Second, legal empowerment needs to be recognized. Institutions need to be recognized. I know there are other countries that have this figure of paralegal, and they are formally recognized. In countries like Chile, and this happens a lot in other countries in Latin America, paralegals are not recognized as such, and legal empowerment is not seen as a legitimate of another or a different way to justice. If legal empowerment would have been seen as a pathway to justice centered in people, we wouldn't be in the context that we are now, where legal empowerment or defense territorial process are seen as holding back investment. They would be seen as pathways to justice and as part of a healthy democracy. It's also very important that these experiences could be shared in different spaces, local, regional, and global. So for us as an organization, we've seen like important spaces and tools for this. For example, Escazú is a regional tool, very important for us. As an organization, we were actively part of the negotiation, and now we're taking these experiences, the Latin American experiences with other partners, to other regional contexts, like the African context, that are also from a lot of colleagues have mentioned, they're also starting these kind of conversations in the region. And the Grassroots Justice Network, that is the one that we are part of, is also a very important space where we can share these kind of experiences. In the third place, structural injustice is defeated with integral strategies, not with simple legal aid. That's a key thing we've learned. And ultimately, and more like in the environmental field, justice is about grounded agency and the sustainability of the territorial process, and not only about strategic litigation. This is just a tool. Thank you.
Thank you, Macarena. Very, very interesting, these two perspectives, just from Kenya, really using the institutional framework and the experience in Chile, I mean, through empowerment and empowering communities. I mean, it's also something important that we have discussed in this meeting. I mean, so not only empowering individuals, but empowering communities as well, as a way of fighting for their rights. So I would like to open the floor now for questions. Just if someone can pass the mic. I mean, I don't know if anybody has questions about the approach, so they can go more in depth. Hector?
Thank you, Alejandro. I was just listening to the presentations this morning, and especially the ones from Africa have really touched a very important note on this conversation on customary and informal justice. In Philippines, as my colleague Sheila has already pointed out, we have a mediation system in the village that is sponsored by the state, and it is some sort of informal justice system. And we do have several, I have lost count now, indigenous communities that have their own customary law. And to layer this complicated situation even more, we do have Sharia law. We have around 5 million Muslims in the southern part of the Philippines, which has their own legal and customary system, but based on a very important religion in this world. I think that when I get back home, I will propose a study that I hope some people can start thinking about this kind of process. I think the first thing that we have to understand is what is the state of the institutionalization or formalization of the customary laws, or the absence thereof. Because I have noticed that in some of the presentations, there were attempts to bring it into the formal legal system, but there were others that have left it very, very informal. And I think those two approaches have their own kinds of implications to the national justice system. Then I think the second very important thing that we need to understand or to study is the actual conflict between these different legal systems. I was struck by the example in Mexico where they were trying to mediate it at the community center, and then the police got them away. You know, see, it's a very clear example of the conflict between these two national systems, between these two systems. The same situation could also happen, for example, in my country. If you are mediating a case and the offenders or the complainants was a Muslim and an indigenous person, which law will apply? Will it be Sharia law or will it be customary law? And who decides which law will apply? In cases, for example, there's physical injuries, even murder, or even, God forbid, rape and more dangerous crimes. See, this is a very important, I think, issue that we need to really think about. Because, at least in my country, I am sure it contributes to social conflict if it is not resolved. So I hope that we can start thinking about these issues, and maybe IDLO or some other organization can think about, you know, in a sense, pushing the envelope on these issues, because I think it is one way of getting into the bottom or the understanding of how customary and informal justice interacts with the formal justice system, and what are the implications of that kind of interaction. Thank you.
Thank you. Claire? Just very quickly.
Very quickly, I just wanted to say thank you so much. What an inspirational session, with hearing from OECD countries, in fragile and conflict-affected situations. This approach is relevant everywhere. And I wanted, rather than asking a question, I just want to make a commitment, if I could, which goes back to the last session. I'm from ODI Global. We're a think tank, and we've been working for the past 4 years on making the economic case for this kind of investment. Quite a few contributions have been about resources and going to scale. And we're trying to gather evidence and make the case that the justice sector needs to think about rebalancing its budget so that more resources are focused on exactly this kind of intervention. We're looking to show how cost-effective this kind of work is. And also, we're gathering evidence that it is also a very good value for investment, that it produces good, high returns on investment, the best, actually, in the justice sector, and some of the best globally. When you think about investing in development, there's now evidence that you get a 15-to-1 return. For every dollar you invest, you get over a $15 return for this kind of investment. So our commitment at ODI Global is to carry on with our research, with our advocacy around these issues. The Justice Action Coalition's Justice Financing Framework is working towards a recommendation that countries should spend 2.5% of their justice budgets on these kind of frontline justice services, and we commit to continue to support that work. And also, if any of you, there's some good friends here who we've worked with, if any of you are interested in working with ODI, letting us look at your data, letting us investigate the cost effectiveness of it, please do contact us. If you Google ODI Global, my name, Claire Manuel, it will come up. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, let me just give a brief, probably summary, but some takeaways, that I take from hearing the conversations today and in the previous days. We came and we know that we don't have to repeat that, right? So that there are some global challenges of justice, challenges of trust, challenges of resources that we are all facing. We also know that people take different pathways to justice, and that the formal system is not the only way. Indeed, it's one of the ways that are less used by people. People use many other ways, and in many cases, they don't use any way, and they effectively do not receive justice. At the same time, we know that there are solutions available. So we all know that people-centered justice is really the way forward, because we need to put people at the center if we indeed want to help people resolve these problems and develop systems so that people effectively meet their needs. And we know that we need to be thinking outside of the box, and that indeed many people today use customary and informal systems to address their justice needs. So when thinking outside of the box, we need to think about what is feasible, what is available, and how can we just really tweak some of these solutions that are already there to move forward. So this really represents a huge opportunity for us, I mean, who are indeed looking forward to more just societies. And really just customary justice systems present a huge opportunity. I'm glad to see so many people in this gathering, I mean, for sharing so many different experiences from different parts of the world, from different perspectives, government, non-governmental, and so on. So it's exciting to see that there is a movement of people in this direction. But certainly, just this is still not enough, right? So in order to, I think that in order to leverage the potential of customary and informal justice, I take 3 lessons that I feel that are important for us to move as a community. So the first one, and just, I mean, we have heard about this in the morning and some of the comments, is the knowledge, right? So if indeed we want that these systems help address people's needs, we need to generate the knowledge, we need to generate the data. When do they work? Just Hector was talking about situations in which they are formalized, not formalized, the challenges. We need to generate that knowledge base. We're moving there, but we're not there yet. So we need to make the business case. We need to really show the data in each one of the cases. I mean, in many countries, we know simply sporadically just that this happens, but we don't have a way of quantifying it, and this is something that we need to address. What are the contexts in which this works, in which context doesn't work, why? So those are issues that we as a community need to move forward. Understand the benefits and challenges. I know, I mean, throughout these sessions, we have heard about some of the great benefits, some of the great initiatives, but also some of the great challenges that we face, and many of these are context-specific. We need to understand that so that effectively the justice systems are accessible, efficient, no corrupt, just accountable, and so on, respectful of people's rights, and so on. So this is something that is quite important. The second one is that we need to support and empower both users and providers. And we were listening about just the power of legal empowerment, and we were listening about that need just in many cases of empower them. So this is something that we as community should look at. I mean, this is not going to grow unless just we support the people who are already doing it or the people who are really looking for it. So we need to support these systems. And the third one, I think, is integration. So integration at the local level, integration in international standards, in international coordination. So this is something that needs to happen because with integration and just what's going to come, I mean, I see it first, I mean, at some point, just being integrated in the norms, in the legislation, and so on. That's the path forward. We know that that is much more robust. And second, I mean, what Claire was alluding at, which is financing, resources. I mean, unless there is more integration, we're not going to have the resources that are needed just to support this initiative. So I think this is an important conversation. More importantly, I think that we need to take it out of this room. I think that here we all know just the importance of this, the potential of this, but it's just we need to spread just the word and just really talking to people outside of this community. So with this, I'm just going to give the floor. Yes. Of course.
Thank you, Alejandro. I thought you were closing the session. And I wanted to react to some of the issues that have been raised here. Hector, on the research agenda, I think there's something else that would also need to research on, and the effectiveness of these systems. In Kenya, the judiciary is now concerned about how do they measure if these systems are really working. Because the intention of having the alternative justice policy was also to divert cases from the formal justice system because of case backlogs and congestion. So the question therefore would be, by giving formal recognition to these systems, is the diversion happening? In Kituo, we could say there's progress towards that because our organization has been involved in establishing alternative justice suites next to courtrooms so that courts can refer cases there, but also cases can be referred from those suites to courts. But beyond that, we also need to ask ourselves, are these systems also generating jurisprudence that is also effective in terms of resolving the disputes? So I think that's an area that needs to be looked at. Now, with regards to integration, we also need to look at, is it possible for these systems also to integrate strategies that can make them more effective, like use of ICTs, yeah? And I think that's an issue that Udo was asking. If you do that, then are you not formalizing these systems? But in my personal experience, I've also seen traditional, things that are traditional, that are now embracing technology, like dowry negotiations before marriage. I've seen those negotiations being conducted on WhatsApp, yeah, and being recorded on WhatsApp. So what is wrong in having the AJS practitioners also using WhatsApp to convene themselves and discuss and resolve issues through WhatsApp? So I don't see that as a big challenge, but that notwithstanding, we also need to do a little bit of research there and find out what's working. Then the last thing is representation of the practitioners themselves, particularly in judicial policy. In Kenya, the practitioners are not, they don't have structures that can engage with a formal system. Unlike in South Africa, where there's a council of traditional leaders who then engage with the courts to influence policy. In Kenya, that is lacking. And for that reason, it is organizations like us, civil society, who act as interlocutors for the alternative justice mechanisms. That might not be the most suitable approach. And therefore, there is need then for countries like us to start thinking, how do you integrate so that even when judges are being appointed, there's a AJS practitioner sitting in the Judicial Service Commission asking questions. What is the jurisprudential approach a candidate will take when this matter on traditional justice is brought for their determination? I think that would be extremely important. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to say something or no? Okay. Thank you. So that's a very good point about integration and really the challenges just, of bringing this. And I like this. I mean, what I take away from this also, when you were talking about technologies, customary and informal doesn't mean old. I mean, so just so antiquated. No, it can be actually very modern, and indeed, for they need to be as we move forward. Just they need to be as well. They need to use the tools available effectively to reach out to people. So, and this goes, I mean, to the points about just integrating them just to the trends, technology, norms, resources, etc. So, so finally, I mean, just I'm going to give the floor to our co-host, Ido Ulo, so who obviously doesn't need an introduction. So he is the CEO of HEAL and a true champion of people-centered justice. Udo. I think you're closing, no? Yeah. Yes. Okay. You're right.
Okay, thanks for that. I think my job is the easiest, actually, because it's just for me to echo all the exciting things that have been said and remind us of the call to action. But I have many names, and one of the ones I really, really love is when they call me a village boy. I'm actually a village boy. I grew up in the village. And so where I come from, if you don't have a homestead in your ancestral village, you can't even take a title. You're incomplete. If you can have a skyscraper in New York, but if you don't have a house in the village, when the elders or when the men, in quote, are talking, you can't come because you don't have a house. And so trying to ensure that I comply with the rule of my ancestors, I decided to buy a property in the village because I was very interested in having my homestead close to my father's grave. And the places where we had property was far away from that. So I went to a cousin of ours and said, could you guys sell me your land? And we agreed, we negotiated. But there are two brothers. The older one, who is not very well-to-do, not educated, and the younger brother, who is a little exposed. And so they decided, because the older one didn't have a bank account, we were going to pay the money into the younger brother's account, which we did in a ceremony, because you have to bring in the community. So we did a ceremony. Usually you should be paying cash, but, you know, cashless society. And we did the transfer. And it went into his account. And that was where the problem started. 1 year down the line, the elder brother had not seen a dime. And we didn't know what to do. And so they convened a mediation process where we said, where is the money? He said, oh, when he was getting married, I contributed to his marriage, so that is part of the money. At the end of the day, they had another property. And the elders said, okay, we will sell this other property, but your elder brother will take the proceeds to balance out what has happened. And we all agreed, and we went ahead and bought that extra property. And the elder brother collected the money. You would think it was resolved. When we went into the property to do the measurement and everything, this younger brother came out with a cutlass and chased away all our workers and told them that if anybody comes near that property again, that person is going to be killed. And the village was at loss. What are we going to do at this point? Should we go to the police? Should we go to the court? Suffices to say that as at this moment I'm speaking to you, we've not been able to take possession of that property. And I'm a lawyer. And I know that if I go to the court, probably my daughter will finish university. She's not yet in high school. She would finish university before that case is resolved. But that's where we are. Keep in mind that I can afford to walk away from this property. But for a lot of people in our communities, be it Nigeria, Philippines, Senegal, Niger, this is existential. If they are not able to resolve conflicts this small, it might mean that their sustenance, their business, their livelihood is gone. And Robbie said something earlier here in the morning. 80% of the population of the world rely on informal and community justice systems. And so, like he said, it is not the periphery. It is actually the center. And I am so excited by what I've heard here today. From each country that spoke, a couple of things stood out. Everybody wanted to be seen to be doing something about informal justice. That's a big win. Even if we can't check out the facts we are hearing, but if countries are feeling the compelling need to come to an international conference of this nature and say, I am doing something about informal justice, I'm doing something about community justice, I'm doing something about people-centered justice, and they say it with a mark of pride, a badge of honor, it tells us that we've won the biggest argument. And that is the fact that this is important and this works. It is accessible, it is affordable, it's credible, it is conducted in the language of the community. And that is fundamentally important. A lot of our people see the formal courts as a white man's court. And to that extent, they will never relate to it the way you would expect. But when they're talking to their traditional institutions, they feel a stake in that process. They own it. And God bless you if you come there and tell a lie. The community knows you're lying. and it makes your life really very difficult. And so the enforcement mechanism might not be orthodox, but it works. However, what we've heard here today also is that we cannot just because it works, throw everything in there without ensuring some level of standard to make sure that our women and girls who are historically excluded from decision-making in most of our cultures will have a voice in those platforms. And I'm happy there is an understanding and an agreement in this room that that is not a negotiable issue. It must be done. The informal and community justice systems must be also justice for women and girls. And the women should also sit in judgment, not just the men. And understanding this kind of inclusive nature of what we look for feeds into our call for action. Because the breadth of what is being done across the world just tells me that there's a lot we can learn from each other. This is really working. This is a movement. And so we should go back with a sense of determination, a sense of joy that we have started something that, in my view, can't be stopped. It can only get better and better, but it requires our collective effort. Hence the need in our call to action to recognize the centrality of customary and informal justice. We should start from that point of view, that this is central. It is not by the side. It is in the middle of it. And the huge opportunity it provides. The call to action invites us to make sure we build safeguards, to make sure that communities, the vulnerable, the marginalized, are able to have as much voice in the system like everyone else. The call to action is also about urgency. The time is now. It's not something we do after the election if we win or we don't win. It's something we have to start doing right now. And organizations in this room must be part of that movement to ensure that the actions start now, that we keep building on the progress that we've seen so far. Women and girls must play an important role, the call to action says. But we need an overarching policy environment that actually supports this effort. So government has a duty to create the policy that makes this scalable, sustainable, and cost-effective. And we've provided a lot of examples in this room that can help us do that. It must be locally owned. The thing about good things like this is that we get so excited. And I go to my village and I say to them, if you see what they're doing in Niger, we have to do it here. It doesn't work. Every kilometer, every community, every settlement you pass, they have a different culture, they have a different orientation. And so we invite you to understand that we have to do this with an international standard, but it has to be locally specific. That is why it is community. That is why it is informal. It is tailored, it is bespoke. And when we do that, we are opening the space to more than 80% of the world population to have access to a justice service that is actually responding to their need. And we invite you to leave this room as the vanguard of this movement. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us here today. First of all, we would like all the speakers to come up so we can take a picture with everyone. And then just to know that the lunch will be served downstairs in the dining room. Thank you very much.